So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time management, we shall start, though we are still expecting some more delegates to come to the hall. So good morning again, and a warm welcome to the 5th edition of DC Dialogue, an event that goes back to May 2007, when Frederick and I invited 11 people handling diverse disciplines in the district cooling industry, including from Tabreed and Empower. So they spoke in a roundtable format. At that time, it was a roundtable format, which lasted for 4 to 5 hours. And it turned out to be quite a passionate, fiery discussion on the operation and maintenance of district cooling assets. And when I said fiery discussion, I'm so sorry. I should have told all of you to silence, and here goes my... sorry about that. And as I said, it turned out to be quite a fiery discussion because they really traded verbal punches at one another, and it was all quite exciting. Of course, it was nothing personal, but what we got to see during that particular roundtable discussion, which was the first edition of DC Dialogue, was pure passion and the willingness and the desire to make a difference through district cooling. And we at CPI Industry, at Climate Control Middle East magazine, which we publish, we happily chronicled the discussions, and we went ahead and produced a 41-page report on the very first edition of DC Dialogue. I'm not sure if you can see that clearly. This is just as an indicative purpose, but these are some of the pages from the report that we did. And it was in verbatim format. So we pretty much captured everything, every barb, every praise that was flung at one another, that was all captured in that particular report, which ran for, as I said, 41 pages. We later on learned of the impact of the report, which was felt far and wide. And I say far and wide, we had readers in the United States, in Australia, commenting on the report. One of them told me that he had read the entire report when he caught a flight from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Boston. So that was the intensity that was captured in that particular report. And now cut to 2021, and today we have a full-fledged conference, which is going to last almost a day. The passion is the same. George Berbari, who led the discussions in 2007, is once again offering his stewardship for this particular edition of DC Dialogue. And one of the other participants in the 2007 event, Peter Tracy, who spoke with a lot of concern about Legionella, he's also amidst us. So I'm so thrilled that there's some sort of continuity from 2007 to 2021. We have a full program ahead of us today. The team at CPI Industry spent months at a stretch putting together the program agenda and curating the speaker list. And I do believe that each and every speaker that's been chosen to come on stage today will do full justice to the topics that we have earmarked for this edition of the conference. As Climate Control Middle East magazine, we are pushing for low carbon urban design in our towns and cities, and even better if we can achieve carbon neutrality. We do need technological solutions that would further raise the bar on energy efficiency and lower emissions to unprecedented levels. In the past year or so, industry people writing in Climate Control Middle East magazine they've started advocating for that extra bit of energy efficiency so that we can compensate for even energy-intensive indoor air quality interventions. Earlier, the call for greater energy efficiency was about lowering emissions to curb the rise in sea levels amidst other negative impacts of climate change. Today, we need energy efficiency to protect ourselves from the devastating effects of the pandemic on human health and the economy, which has crippled lives and livelihood. As editor of Climate Control Middle East magazine, I'm hoping this conference will provide us a direction towards safeguarding humanity in more ways than one. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and duty to introduce George Berbari, the chairperson of today's conference. George is the Chief Executive Officer of DC Pro Engineering. He's a pioneer of district cooling in the UAE and the author of the critically acclaimed book, The Energy Budget. That's the book that George has written, and it has been well received. And I'm very pleased indeed to have him lead the discussions, and I'm sure much good will come out of him leading the discussions today. So ladies and gentlemen, if you could please put your hands together to warmly welcome George Berbari. Thank you.
Thank you, Surinder. In 14 years, I gained some weight, lost some neurons, but did not lose my passion to this industry. Today, as an industry, probably we are reaching maturity where district cooling got a good market share. They are making good profit, but there is a sense of stagnation that everybody is happy where we are. And I always was the person who tried to stir the ship a bit and see how things move. Also, since that time, I can say that we were involved with 3.5 million tons of district cooling in Middle East. From 2007 till today, we have helped develop this amount of capacity, probably more than anybody has done in the world. But are we happy? Are we satisfied? No. I'm happy with a small order I initiated. One of the district cooling provider will give us an order to do a feasibility to produce hydrogen using electrolysis and solar PV, ship it to a plant, use fuel cell with heat recovery to power electric centrifugal chiller and adsorption and some absorption chiller in series from the heat recovery of fuel cell. This is a way how we can stir the industry by creating thought. It might not happen soon, but this is the inspiration we want always to give forward, that how our industry can move. We tried also in Masdar to push the deep geothermal 2.5 kilometer deep, producing 95-degree water, to get 2,500 tons of base load of air conditioning. We are also came with initiative for Abu Dhabi to be carbon neutral city, using the nuclear power plant and the solar PV, and the way we change district cooling, where we store during day and enlarge the chiller a little bit to contribute toward carbon neutral city in that way. Also, Surinder has been instrumental in listening to me in getting the Scandinavian perspective. They are leading the world in terms of inspiration. Copenhagen will be the first carbon neutral city in the world. What we can learn from them, how we can get inspired rather than we are happy with what we have achieved and we are proud of what we have achieved. As a godfather of this industry, I'm not happy, I'm not thrilled, I'm not proud, I'm not ashamed. I'm saying I'm now reached to a point of neutrality that I did what I can, and I will keep doing more to stir this industry, but we should never give up. We need to keep pushing. Like Socrates used to say, I'm the bee that keep ticking the lazy horse until it wake, and we have to do that if we want to move toward a carbon neutral world by 2050. Many countries and cities has committed to that. And I would say today Dubai used to be a leader. Also, they are happy where they reach. They are not doing enough. Their hopes and aspiration, I'm trying to push them forward a little bit, stir them a bit more, and say we can do a bit more. Dubai need to retain its leadership also in energy as well, and we hope that we can push them towards that direction. It's not by applauding what we have done and what we have achieved we will change things. It's by seeing where we want to reach and where we want this industry to be. I believe today, I hope that we can create that stir and that with probably one additional thing, the pandemic reduced the people here, but increased the audience worldwide. I see conferences online never reach above 200. We are getting 1,000 sometime attendees using this technology. The technology is allowing us to reach more people, so don't be discouraged by our low numbers in the room. We have much more outside, hopefully, to that. By that, probably I will move directly to probably our keynote speaker, Mrs. Janet Rogan. She's the regional ambassador for Middle East and North Africa and Eastern Europe and Central Asia for UK 2021 COP26 ambassadors. Janet was appointed in 1986. She has served in the Far East and Balkans and Middle East and Africa. She has worked with NATO as UK political advisor and United Nations as UN residence coordinator. She has wide policy development and humanitarian experience across post-conflict, and we are thrilled really to have her as a keynote speaker using Zoom. Janet, welcome online, and please go ahead.
George, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Thank you to DC Dialogue for the invitation to speak today. It is a real pleasure to be giving this keynote at what looks to be a fascinating day's program and a very impressive lineup, both in the room and online. 2021, this year, is a very significant year for climate and environment as we start to emerge from the paralysis imposed by the pandemic. In particular, COP26 later this year in Glasgow is a critical moment in the fight against climate change. 6 years, should have been 5 years, 6 years after the Paris Agreement. This is an important opportunity, a moment to rally around together. The countdown clock for Glasgow has well and truly started. We just passed and marked the 6 months to go date. We face a daunting challenge, but one that we can together rise to across land borders and continents, throughout the oceans, but also across sectors, the economy and society. We are conscious of the scale of the task, all of us, but we must remain optimistic and galvanized by a vision of a net zero world, one of cleaner air, healthier communities, sustainable economic growth, energy security, and a safer and, most importantly, more stable climate. If you'll allow me, I'd like to talk a little today about that challenge, but also recognizing the progress already made, as well as our aspirations for COP26, and maybe focus on the campaigns and initiatives of particular relevance to DC Dialogue and everyone joining us today. So to start with the challenge and the opportunity. The The challenge is to keep the temperature of the planet under control, limiting its increase to 1.5 degrees or no more than 1.5 degrees. Although I recognize in our region here, some of us are already experiencing temperature rises of more than 1 degree. The science dictates that by the second half of the century, if we are to keep to this target, we should be producing less carbon than we take out of the atmosphere. In the language of the Paris Agreement, we must achieve a balance between anthropogenic emissions by sources and removals by sinks, commonly interpreted as net zero. In other words, the balance between the emissions we produce and the emissions we take out of the atmosphere. If we focus on the economics alone, unmitigated climate change could cause devastating consequences. Here are a few troubling statistics and predictions. First, extreme weather. Anthropogenic climate change is linked to higher incidence of extreme weather events, bringing substantive economic losses. The 2020 Global Climate Risk Index reported that between 1998 and 2018, losses from extreme weather events around the world amounted to about 3.5 trillion US dollars. There is also an impact on productivity. Under the scenario of 1.5 degrees of global warming by the end of the century, up to 2.2% of total working hours worldwide could be lost annually because of heat stress, a loss equivalent to 80 million full-time jobs. A challenge on health. The World Health Organization, WHO, estimates that the direct damage costs of climate change to health will be between $2 to $4 billion per year by 2030 if we don't act. And on poverty, without action, the consequences of climate change could push 100 million people into extreme poverty by 2030, which is exactly the reverse of our goals in the Global Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. Climate change is unequivocally an urgent issue, and the impacts are already being felt. This region, the Middle East and North Africa, has witnessed extreme floods, forest fires, record heat waves, and even unprecedented snowfall, all because of climate change. By 2025, only 4 years' time, 80 to 90 million people in MENA will be exposed to water stress. If nothing is done, these conditions will eventually make parts of the region uninhabitable. In the last year, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought devastation to millions around the world, disrupting many parts of the global economy. Governments, including our own, have stepped up to protect lives and livelihoods. And you will all have seen over the last weekend, the G7 leaders have pledged 1 billion doses of the vaccine to be made available around the world by mid-next year. But climate change has continued, and it ultimately threatens life on Earth. As countries begin to recover from the coronavirus pandemic, we must take this opportunity to tackle climate change at the same time, to build back better and greener. We can deliver green recoveries across the globe that bring in good jobs, trillions in investment, and groundbreaking new technology. The good news is that this journey is already underway. Despite the pandemic, the direction of travel is changing. Around 70% of the world economy is now covered by net zero targets, up from less than 30% when the UK took on the presidency of COP26. Clean energy like wind and solar is now the cheapest source of energy in most countries. Many of the world's cars around the world, car makers are shifting to make only electric and hybrid models. Countries around the world are starting important work to protect and restore nature. Cities, states, and regions across the world are also committing to reduce emissions to zero. On the 22nd of April, over 40 world leaders came together at the Leaders Summit on Climate convened by the United States in this region, in Dubai. The summit sent a clear signal of intent to make this decade the moment of decisive change to tackle the climate crisis and keep 1.5 degrees within reach. The US, Japan, and Canada all published more ambitious NDCs, nationally determined contributions. This means that all G7 countries responsible for almost half of global GDP have now committed to deep cuts to their emissions over the next decade, aligning with their net zero commitments. Collectively, these commitments take us closer towards the global goal of limiting global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees. G7 climate and energy and environment ministers met virtually on 20 to 21 May, and those ministers endorsed an ambitious joint climate and environment communique alongside climate and energy commitments to action and environment initiatives to foster lasting collaboration in the run-up to COP26 and the Conference on Biodiversity, which is called COP15 later this year. This was the first time all G7 members committed to net zero by 2050 with updated nationally determined contributions and commitments to keep the 1.5 degree temperature rise within reach. Later this year for COP26, the UK recognises as COP presidency that while there is progress, much more needs to be done. The UK is trying to be a good example and to lead from the front before hosting the COP26 Climate Summit later this year, with the ratchet mechanism of the Paris Agreement requiring countries to put forward strengthened climate actions every 5 years. Through its COP26 presidency, the UK is urging countries and companies around the world to join together to deliver net zero globally by the middle of the century in order to keep alive the aim of limiting global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees. There are 4 goals for Glasgow: mitigation, adaptation, finance, and collaboration. Mitigation is action to secure global net zero and keep 1.5 degrees within reach. Adaptation is to help protect communities and natural habitats. Every country must be supported to develop and implement credible strategies to adapt to the destructive impacts of climate change. Finance. The pledge is to mobilize finance, since realizing the goals of the Paris Agreement and meeting global net zero requires a transformation of global finance. And finally, collaboration, working together to accelerate action. Collaboration across government, businesses, and civil society to make real progress in the largest emitting sectors of power, road transport, and land use, and accelerate the transition to global net zero at the pace required. Let me talk a little more now about 2 areas of collaboration, 2 campaigns I think of most relevance to everyone here today, namely the COP26 Project Efficiency Call to Action and the UN Race to Zero and Resilience campaigns. First, the COP26 Product Efficiency Call to Action. The UK is committed to supporting all aspects of the energy transition. The UNEP Emissions Gap Report states that efficient appliances are one of the 6 areas with the highest potential to close the emissions gap to Paris. This issue is often overlooked, despite the significant emissions saving potential. Improving the efficiency of the highest energy using products is crucial if we are to meet the Paris goals. We are therefore supporting the Super Efficient Equipment and Appliance Deployment Initiative to deliver a COP26 product efficiency call to action, which aims to double the energy efficiency of 4 key products: electric motors, room air conditioners, refrigerators, and lighting by 2030. One of the key internationally traded elements in the sector is products, appliances, and so forth. Therefore, the most tangible area of action we can seek for COP26 is to ask countries to make commitments to raise efficiency standards on those products in order to move the global market. The UK is working closely with our country co-leads in this initiative, India, Sweden, and the European Commission, as well as the International Energy Agency, as operating agents for the initiative, to deliver more ambitious action on product efficiency for COP26 and after. Improving energy efficiency of these 4 key products will be an important step along the way to solving all the challenges faced in decarbonising buildings. COP26 is one of the best and most feasible moments to call for more action. There is a need to set targets that help achieve a completely carbon neutral future, while also seizing the new economic opportunities and capitalizing on green technologies. All sectors, particularly building and manufacturing, should focus on building back greener from the pandemic. To share an example from the UK government recently published an industrial decarbonisation strategy to help key heavy industry sectors such as steel, cement and chemicals achieve net zero by 2050. The policy looks forward to new and innovative technologies such as hydrogen and CCUS, and aims to put low carbon products on a level playing field with fossil fuel based products. On buildings, the UK is set to publish its heat and building strategy shortly, which will set up policies to support the transition away from fossil fuel based heating. This will include support for the renovation of existing buildings to make them as thermally efficient as possible, as well as incentives for the uptake of new low carbon heating technologies such as heat pumps. The next thing I want to mention is the race to zero and the race to resilience. It's of particular relevance to the DC dialogue and attendees today. And we are encouraging all non-state actors, such as those participating today, to join the Race to Zero campaign. This is the UN-backed global campaign to rally leadership and support from all non-state actors for climate action, led by the high-level climate champions. All members are committed to the same overarching goal, halving global emissions by 2030 and achieving net zero emissions by 2050 at the very latest. There's a multitude of Race to Zero partners, including specific initiatives for different sectors, for different sized businesses, for cities, for regions, and I encourage anyone and everyone to have a look at the Race to Zero website where you can sign up and get involved. The overarching objective is to build momentum around the shift to a net zero economy ahead of COP26, sending to governments globally a clear signal that business, cities, regions, and investors are united and determined to meet the Paris goals. Non-state actors can also join the Race to Resilience campaign, which aims to build the resilience of 4 billion people from vulnerable groups and communities to climate risks by 2030. In conclusion, it's a big task before us all, but it's also individual to each location. In the UK, we are more concerned about how to keep warm. In the Gulf, the focus is understandably on how to stay cool. But we should all keep our eyes on the prize, that vision of a greener, cleaner, and healthier future. There is a need for systemic action. All nations and industry must work together in tandem to keep 1.5 degrees alive, and the next decade is the most critical period for us to change the current perilous course. Long-term targets must be backed up with credible delivery plans if we are together to tackle the climate crisis and safeguard lives, livelihoods, and nature for future generations. Government and industry must work together to make this happen. COP26 later this year needs to be decisive. Whether future generations look back at this time with admiration or despair depends entirely on our collective ability to seize this moment. It will only succeed if we are all in it together. Thank you, and I wish you every success with the rest of the dialogue today.
Thank you, Janet. We will have maybe 5-minute Q&A to you. And I will start with the impact of cows and dairy and cultivation rice that produce more emission than cars, probably even double that of cars. And yet we see the world shy from tackling or trying to change the way we eat or way we behave as humans in this, or the way we cultivate rice rather than covering it with water and producing methane to maybe make it more dry in a drier area.
Yeah, I think you raise a very, very good point there. In fact, in some parts of the world, you could say that when it comes to emissions, there are more emissions from agriculture than from what we would call the traditional dirty technologies or hydrocarbons and fossil fuels. So I think this is also part of the mitigation and the adaptation agenda, and much more needs to be done here. It crosses over also into the campaigns for nature-based solutions, where together we need to look at healthier and more productive ways of using our natural resources when we farm, when we fish, when we use forestry, for example, because all of these do add up into the emissions targets. When we are talking to countries about nationally determined contributions, those NDCs I talked about, and their adaptation plans, adaptation communications, all of these elements, including agriculture, should also be included in those plans so that we can put targets that encourage the industries also to do their part in reducing emissions. It's not a top-down process. It's got to be with the involvement of everybody and consider how best can we balance the need for our economic progress, our industries, against the emissions.
My second question is in Denmark and Finland, district energy played a key role in the transition toward carbon neutrality. In fact, Denmark contributed 40% of achieving the goal to district energy. How COP26 is focused, since this is a district cooling dialogue and more related, how do you see district cooling and district heating playing a role toward your goals?
Look, I think every initiative is playing a role towards the goals. And that, I think, is the purpose of my call to action today. It is that we cannot tackle climate action only by looking at governments and setting top-down targets. It has to be all of us together. So regions and sub-regions, individual industries, sectors, all need to look at the way they are working together, whether it is, in this instance, for heating, or whether it is for cooling, and whether it is on appliances. This call to action for super efficiency is really going to make a difference. So it requires all of us to come up with targets that reduce the net zero emissions. And I think it's a massively important element what the sector that is gathered here today is capable of contributing.
Any person has a question? We have two mics here, one on the left, one on the right. Want to address it to Mrs. Janet? With that, Madam, I thank you very much for your contribution and for your keynote speak, and we will move to our second plenary discussion.
Thank you very much.
Please give her a round of applause. I will invite now probably two persons who are physically here and 3 or 4 who will be online on Zoom with us. I will invite Mr. Nasser bin Jarsh. He's a CCO of Emicool. Available, Mr. Nasser, please. Welcome you to the podium. And we will invite also Mr. James Greenell, Head of Water in Dubai Regulatory Service Supervisory Bureau, RSB. Please welcome James. And on Zoom, we will have Mr. Dominic McPollin, who is the Chief Central Planning of Office of Ministry Work of Bahrain. And we will have Steve Lemoy, the GM and Business Director, Middle East of the new Electricité de France, Dalkia. He will join us on Zoom. And we will have also Mr. Gustav Landel, Head of Department of Environment and Health Administration of City of Stockholm. Gustav, we rely on you for inspiring us today. And we will have also Mr. Patrick Schiel, who is an adjunct professor at Stanford University in California. We will welcome you on Zoom call for the rest, and we will move directly to the questions. test. Okay. How do you see the significance now in district cooling, at least in Dubai and other places in GCC?
Well, right now, you have to take into consideration that in the UAE, as Mr. James can also agree with me, we have the largest penetration of district cooling available right now. Of course, the need of cooling is highly significant in this area. And with the real estate boom that we have been seeing for the last decade or so, it has been a helping factor to provide these facilities without impacting on our infrastructure. District cooling has proven that it reduces carbon emissions overall, and we don't need the required power as conventional ACs or the previous used. People are buying in. I think we're reaching a sort of maturity, and we might be evolving into stage 2 industries where now with the help of the new regulatory bureau, we'll be looking into trying to share these savings with the end user. So we're seeing more developers taking up district cooling, and now we're looking at the end user to see how we can make it also accessible to him and more, I could say, acceptable from the normal conventional. Of course, there are still major difficulties, especially on the costing and the tariff structures, but that goes back to a lot of utility costs that we have to bear. And I think looking at the next decade or so, we might be able to overcome them and provide better, more cost-effective solutions to the end user also.
James, from your side, I mean, how do you see the progress of district cooling in Dubai, and what is the impact of the new regulation of district cooling initiated by RSB?
Well, the significance is huge. In 2015, the share of cooling in Dubai met by district cooling from the data returned to us was around 16%. And in 2020, the returns showed that that was now closer to 23%. So it's still growing and growing quite strong, regardless of the economic variations, the pandemic. In fact, the total demand for cooling in Dubai for the last 3 years, according to our estimates, has actually tailed off. Now, 2017 was a particularly hot year, and 2018 and 19 have reduced a bit. By the way this year's going, it looks like it's going to be quite a hot one, so it'll be interesting to compare. But whilst total demand has dropped, district cooling has continued to grow. So that's encouraging because it is seen as the most efficient solution. From the regulatory perspective, I think that it's very consistent with what the previous speaker was saying. There's some good progress that's been made, but we really need to try and strive for further improvements, particularly in energy efficiency. And the regulations are aimed at being light touch and outcome focused, and I'll talk about those later on. But some of the key things really are energy and water efficiency and recycled water use in the technical standards. I'm just adding those on to the points that Nasser was making about tariffs and the service side of the sector.
I will also take you through what's happening in Abu Dhabi. There is new regulation in Abu Dhabi where they are asking district cooling again to report not only efficiencies and to have a standby chiller and pumps, but also to report their financial results in a place where intend soon to start regulating rates. The second thing happening also in Abu Dhabi, they are doing stringent review of every single plants. So all the district cooling provider in Abu Dhabi are working hard to comply with the regulation today, and in that we are a little bit helping there. We are working as consultant. The good thing also in Abu Dhabi is that central cooling, including chillers or district cooling, pay 20 fils per kilowatt, while residential apartment pay 27 to 31 fils. So there is a preferential utility rate for district cooling in Abu Dhabi, which makes the complaint for district cooling much less and much less vocal in Abu Dhabi and more acceptable and more adaptable there. That said, still Abu Dhabi is in 12% range. So the penetration of district cooling is facing a brick wall when it comes to the old Abu Dhabi, to Sheikh Khalifa, Corniche, and there isn't a decent plan in doing the variation towards that. In Saudi Arabia, which is a significant growth happening, where district cooling today is 5–6% only, we see government regulation forcing everyone above certain capacity to adopt district cooling. So all the mega projects now have to adopt district cooling. They are also shy. In Doha, there's also new regulation on district cooling, not imposing it, but also utilities favored a little bit district cooling there and connection fee, and we see progress. In Oman, we see small growth, not significant, but still district cooling moving on. In Bahrain, we will hear from Dominic also that there is progress. Dominic, by the way, can you give us a Bahrain perspective on district cooling, where you are going and where you are heading to? Dominic is not with us properly, but okay, he will do that later. And in Kuwait, we saw after a long time avoiding district cooling, we see 2–3 schemes adopting district cooling. One of them helped by the South Korean housing authority, helping Kuwait to build a city with significant cooling capacity, talking about 300,000 tons. And we see 2 private sectors, a hospital complex and a logistic complex, adapting district cooling in Kuwait. So this is good news after big resistance. This is the state of district cooling in GCC, at least there. Now, I would like to, as Professor Patrick from Stanford, what is your point of view on district energy, how California is pushing toward net zero, and how all the new housing that will be built after 2020 in California has to be net zero, with 30% of their area to be solar PV. Give us a California perspective on this.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if I can give you a California perspective per se, but what I will say is that the work I'm involved with Dominic McPolin in Bahrain, it's actually becoming very, very obvious to all of us, I think, that the importance of district cooling is actually vital. Like, I mean, as an energy efficiency scheme for absolute sure, but as a means of also covering the additional ventilation requirements that COVID and other pathogens may usher in. It's important that the air quality within office buildings and also residential buildings actually increases fairly substantially. And as a result of those requirements, given the extra efficiency required to make sure that there aren't very substantial increases in operational costs, I suspect that district cooling will form an extremely important part of all of that.
Thank you. Gustav and Steve in a row. Gustav, I'm relying on you to inspire us. What's happening in Scandinavia? How you are progressing toward carbon zero? And Steve, how EDF is pushing hard for hydrogen and transforming France into carbon neutrality as well. I start with you, okay, Gustav.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Of course.
Good. Then I just want to say a few words. I will have a presentation later and elaborate a bit more on it. But right now I could say that in Stockholm, more than 80% of all buildings are connected to the district heating system. And this has grown completely on a market-based way. We did have a legislation which we had from 1981 to 2006, and we took it away because no one used it. That was a possibility to force people into a district heating area, district energy area. It could have been cooling as well, of course, due to the legislation's way of being done. But since this has never been used, everyone has just connected on a market-based way, because it's been much more inexpensive to connect to district heating than to actually have boilers of their own, the maintenance for the boilers, the investment for new boilers when the old ones break down. This has grown very quickly.
Gustav, you mentioned to me it is 10%, almost around 10% cheaper. How did you achieve that in Stockholm?
Well, it's 10% cheaper if you take into account that if you have boilers of your own, you have the investment, the depreciation of your own boilers, you have the maintenance with the people who have to run them. Sure. That's a lot more than the district heating system, which is very robust and doesn't have so many parts that have to be changed as often. So taking that into account, it becomes sort of like 10% less expensive than oil, as what was the big dominating heating source in the 60s, 70s.
Also the ability maybe to use biomass, maybe, which is a cheap source of energy.
Yes, right. Well, that is due to the Swedish carbon tax. If we have a tax on carbon dioxide and fuels that have a lot of carbon. So if you take into the account the tax on these fuels, it becomes less expensive to use renewable fuels like bio chips, wood chips coming from the surpluses from the wood industry. So we at the moment only have something like 15% fossil fuel in the heating system. And it's not even fossil fuel, it's a bit of the plastics in the waste that we incinerate to make district heating. So it's those plastics which are fossil fuel-based plastics, which is that source now. If you look at district cooling, we actually, maybe you wouldn't believe it, up in the north of Scandinavia, we do have district cooling as well. We have a rather large network, so 250 kilometers of pipes in the streets with just district cooling. And sometimes this is combining, so, heat and cool are just different ways of managing the energy. So when we make district cooling, the hot part goes into the district heating system. And then we have additional facilities taking some cool out of the bottom of the sea as well. So those are the two sources for district cooling. But I'll tell you more about that as well. But the interesting thing I'd say really is that we've managed, without using a legislation forcing people to go into this, since it has been so comparatively inexpensive.
Gustav, that's not completely true. Saying if there is a carbon tax on fossil fuel and no carbon tax on biomass, so there are some regulation encouraging this.
That is true. It's encouraging not the use of district heating, because that has grown before we had this, but it's encouraging the use of renewables in the system.
True. Okay. Steve, now your favorite subject, hydrogen.
Yes, thank you, George. Hi to everybody. So as mentioned by Janet initially in her speech, I really believe that the private sector has to play a big role in meeting the Paris Agreement requirements. And definitely as an international company, EDF and Dalkia, of course, will be playing a big part, of this effort. First of all, energy efficiency is not something new for the group. We have been working on that for the last 80 years, to be honest with you. The first project we signed was in 1937 on energy efficiency, so it's not a new topic, actually, it's quite old topic. And regarding the CO2 emissions, the EDF group today, the total energy mix of our production in EDF is 90% without CO2 emissions. Of course, it's a combination of nuclear, it's a combination of hydro and other renewable, but EDF is already really active into energy efficiency and CO2 emissions. In France, as you know, there is a big plan right now to face the devastating effect of COVID. There is a 100 billion euro plan to invest into different priorities. One of these priorities, and 30 billion euro will be dedicated to that, is the transition, ecological transition. 7 billion will be invested into hydrogen. And this is something important I was focused on, George, today. In order to develop this kind of innovative technologies, you need support. You need a high support. And this support, especially, for example, in France, it's coming from the government. With this 7 billion put on the table, they are not helping us, to do projects. They are also focusing on developing hydrogen. And this is something as well, which in the Middle East will have to be done. You need to focus on this priority, which is developing the hydrogen, as well as supporting the business, to invest. You need to start a little bit. Like 10 years ago, if you remember, with the solar, in France, if you wanted to install, a solar system on the roof of a house, you needed to have a huge feed-in tariff. So you needed the support of the state in order to do that. So today we are in the same situation. We need the support of the state, or through investment support, or through decreasing and helping us with tax decrease. So this is something really important, and we see a big move in Europe, especially in France right now. Speaking about the group, maybe to mention that we have an R&D department with a $650 million budget yearly. So we are massively investing into this R&D. Right now, we are developing projects, hydrogen, through our subsidiaries, Dynamics. I will mention maybe two projects. One project, it's a 40 million euro investment into the production of electrolyzer. The objective will be to give hydrogen to buses and other trucks, collecting waste in towns. And there is right now another project, maybe more interesting for you, George. It's in Germany. The first part of this project will be a 30 megawatt electrolyzer, and total capacity at the end should be 700 megawatt electrolyzer installed. The idea it's on a cement factory. I can have a discussion with you because this project is really huge, and we really believe that hydrogen is the new solar, like 10 years ago.
Steve, the electrolyzers that use solar or wind or even nuclear to produce hydrogen today cost around 1,000 euro per kilowatt and has an efficiency of 80%, while I heard that you are targeting to reach 90% efficiency and reduce the cost significantly below the 1,000 euro per kilowatt. Where do you see that going?
Exactly. This is the main point. But again, if you remember, George, 10 years ago, the solar was extremely expensive because very few factories were producing the cells, and it was they were not quite efficient. So within the time, we came at the point. The last project we did as EDF in the region is Al Dhafra project. We are building 2,000 megawatt solar. And the price is unique. This is one of the cheapest, in the world. Why we are reaching this point? Because now the technology is mature, efficiency is maximum, and we know how to build it. So we have the experience now of doing that. For hydrogen, we are exactly at this moment like we were 10 years ago with the solar.
The 2,000, Steve, the 2,000 megawatt solar PV in Saudi Arabia, you take it as BOO, and I think your price was around 1 US cent per kilowatt.
It's in Abu Dhabi, the Al Dhafra project.
In Abu Dhabi.
In Saudi, we have built a 400 megawatt wind turbine project, and recently we have been awarded a 300 megawatt solar. Indeed, it's linked to the specific conditions if you speak about solar in the Middle East because of the sun, as well as really the high efficiency of solar panel right now. I can mention, for example, the fact that we are using on some projects the front and the back of the installation in order to produce much more. So we have lots of technologies, which help us reach this kind of prices. But coming back to hydrogen, because it was your initial question, we believe that you need the support, of the governments in terms of capex, for example, or tax in order to develop it. And definitely, believe me, George, we speak today, we will see each other in 5 years, and you will see that hydrogen will be competitive.
Now I will move toward technology stagnation. So we reach a point where we are repeating the same designs, chillers, thermal storage, using TSE water, and relying mostly on manufacturer of chiller to improve a little bit the efficiency. So we are in a way, last 10 years, we stagnated in this zone. And today we want to see how we can break that stagnation if we want to improve efficiency of district cooling. How do you see that, James?
I think you're right. The energy performance in district cooling has been fairly stable over the last sort of 7 years. But in the last year's return that we had, we did observe quite an improvement in that energy efficiency. Now, what's driving that is down to the district cooling providers, but from my perspective, it's good to see that there's a positive move forwards and the energy efficiency is improving. I think you're right that the technology has been quite stagnant, and the introduction of regulations and our focus on the outturn side of this in terms of energy performance and water performance will hopefully incentivize the service providers to innovate a little more. But even before that comes in,
do you see, James, any amount of money spent on research by any of the district cooling providers?
Yeah, I do. Now, I don't see financials so far. So what I was about to say was the discussion that we've had. There's an association of DC operators that was created at the back end of last year as part of the Dubai's demand-side management program. And that group of companies met, I think, 3 times now. And on the agenda at the last meeting was precisely this issue of innovation. What is being done, what technologies are out there, and what can those service providers do more to improve the energy efficiency. And, I mean, I'm more of an observer on this group now, but it was interesting to see the presentations from the company that made the presentation, and I won't go into detail, but there was new technologies being discussed and improved performance being claimed, and challenges from the other companies. So the conversation is starting to happen, and that's a very encouraging first step, but we do want to see that happen more in the results.
And you can drive it by asking higher efficiency. So maybe they can go to artificial intelligence to manage their plant. They can go to shallow or deep geothermal.
There's a raft of things that they can do, and what we're interested in doing is not telling the cooling providers how to go about
set the goal,
achieving their efficiency, but using either targets or assumptions in tariffs on the energy efficiency of operations. We can incentivize them to take steps to drive out more efficiencies in their operations.
Nasser?
To that equation, I think there's basically 2 sides to that equation. There's the production side, but I think from an operation perspective, James also knows that on the consumer side, there's a lot of education on the behavior. Our main issue there is, of course, delta T. That has a very significant effect on our production and trying to maintain our efficiency. Now, introducing certain penalties downstream to force these users to maintain their delta T requirements is a bit of a sour spot in this market. We've seen some providers do it in bits and pieces and patches with regards to large consumers, and they've been advantages to their production and efficiency.
In that, we saw low delta T penalty being implemented and pushing the client to improve their delta T and toward reducing their pumping energy. we start seeing some results probably. This could be one of the factors contributing to better efficiencies.
I think the regulation of the district cooling sector is one thing, trying to incentivize the efficient production of cooling, but there is a massive part of the value chain, which is the in-building secondary system, hydronic systems that need to be operated efficiently. And aside from the district cooling regulations, the RSBs also launched earlier this year what we're now calling a Building Energy Management Accreditation Scheme, which recognises those companies that can efficiently operate those secondary systems and engage really with the service providers to make sure that there is communication both sides of the ETS and that low delta T is avoided so we get the maximum efficiency of the system as a whole.
Okay. Professor Patrick from academia, how do you see how we can improve district energy efficiency and penetration in the market?
Yeah, this was actually the point I suppose I was making earlier on. Obviously district cooling, is the supply side, but I mean that supply side is comparatively easy to control in terms of the efficiency of it. But on the other side, the demand side, the DC suppliers actually have no idea how efficient or otherwise the buildings they are plugging into actually are. And all I was mentioning earlier on is that if there is an increase in the cooling load because the amount of ventilation is now going to increase with COVID on a full return to work basis, chances are that demand side is even more out of control. So it is vital that there is an understanding within the DC industry itself as to how efficient those buildings you've just connected to actually are. And I can't see kind of any incentive there other than government strong regulation to make sure that those buildings are efficient.
True.
And be that because of Estidama, because of SAFAT, because of all of these other green building codes, at the moment they are comparatively voluntary. Okay, but the energy efficiency part of those has to be made mandatory.
A good point. I mean, to make the buildings more efficient, probably through reporting, James. Right now, I mean, we don't see on any bill the kilowatt hour per square meter or the ton per square meter of a building, how they actually behave. Like New York City is forcing people, all buildings, to report this data. And how can RSP at least work on reporting and making this data more available in terms of building performance?
I think the things like Estidama and the Al-Safat schemes place requirements on the construction phase. And I'll talk very briefly about this later, but I'll touch on it now. The BMAS scheme recognises the operation and maintenance of the building. So throughout the Dubai Supreme Council of Energy's demand-side management program, they've addressed the quality of the kit, the type of kit that needs to be installed, the design standard for the building. And this is perhaps one of the last phases where we're actually getting into the operation and maintenance of the building, the efficient operation and maintenance of the building. And in accrediting companies that can deliver that efficient operation, we can then gather information on exactly these things, the energy use indices, the water use indices, and so on, and then make those numbers a bit more transparent so people can target. We're also looking at a building, I forget the term exactly, but a building rating scheme and that would be voluntary initially, that would enable people to upload their building efficiency, have that certified, and then benchmark the efficiency of buildings. Now that's much wider than just district cooling. So you get that sort of visibility of energy efficiency across Dubai.
Nasser, this is from RSP, but I mean, as you are a utility provider, how can you report how efficient every building? You are measuring the cooling energy, you know the square meter. Maybe you can create award also for these efficient buildings. How can district cooling?
That's not far off. We can do that. I think as of now, we are on a monthly basis giving their kilowatt hour that is available. There might be an introduction of the built-up area, the square metering, that at the end of the day can also be reported. But both of these data are available with a lot of organizations. They can do their own calculation, but putting them all in one bucket and taking an overall look at the cross-section of the Emirate of Dubai and seeing how each building is operating under district cooling will be something amazing to see. It will be very helpful in
Sure.
maybe educating the people downstream.
Gustav, from your end, where do you see some technology revolution, some game changer in our industry?
Well, first of all, I'd like to emphasize what several others have said, the importance to also look to the buildings. Because the buildings today, we have to work with as well to bring down their energy load so that we have to be able to household with the energy. In our country, all buildings have energy declarations, which are renewed every now and then, every I think it's 5 years. They have to renew their energy declaration showing how much energy they use per square meters. And we also have energy efficiency people helping them to improve the energy efficiency of their buildings. And this is important to bring down the energy load from the buildings. For new buildings, we also have requirements in our building codes, and in Stockholm we go even further when people want to build on the city-owned land, which is like 60% of all the land within the municipal border, which forces people to build even more energy efficient. So I think there is a lot more can be done, and we see also now that we're moving into not looking just at the use of energy for heating the buildings, but also and the emissions from that, but also the embedded carbon in the building construction material like concrete and steel, trying to bring down the embedded carbon in the buildings, because if you look at the very energy efficient buildings we are building now, the embedded carbons are about the same proportion as the energy used for the buildings just for running them. Now, a lot can be done also in the heating systems, but very much can be done by control systems as well. We're moving more and more into intelligent buildings, which learn more from the way they are used, better control, so you can improve the efficiency in the building so that you don't have like rooms in the corners of the building which become very cold in winter, and then everyone turns up the heat in the whole building. That we improve the control of the hot water to these rooms in through the heating systems, so that you don't have to turn up the heat for the whole building, but you actually can control better which rooms get sufficient heat. So there's a lot that can be done on the buildings, but also in the systems.
I did not hear yet a game changer. Steve, can you enlighten us?
Yes, it's coming, George. So first of all, you see a stagnation in the region, and we see exactly the opposite in Europe. We see some kind of revolution coming. This revolution is linked to, of course, the energy efficiency, as well as the usage of IoT, artificial intelligence, smart monitoring systems. And we see lots of startups coming on this market, which is really new, because in the past, this market has been driven by big players. In France, you know, Engie, Veolia, EDF, and others, Dalkia, of course. And today, we see lots of startups, you know, coming. It's a real revolution, you know, for this kind of segment and sector. So it's really booming. Secondly, Dalkia, with 350 district energy networks under management, is a world leader. I think one of the biggest companies in the region should have something like 70 or 80 district energy networks. So it's about 4 to 5 times more. And each of these district energy networks is unique, George, really. Why? Because we try to cope all the time with the local situation. So some of them are recovering heat from industries. Some of them are recovering heat from data centers. Some of them are using geothermy where it's possible. Some of them are using gas turbine or gas engine. Some of them are using the seawater or the the water from the sea. So we have all the time a unique system. If you participate to my presentation this afternoon, I think you will see four district cooling systems using different kind of technologies. We just finalized a 300 million euro investment in Lyon. This is in France. It's a combination of heating and cooling. And for the cooling part, you cannot see the plant. You cannot see the plant. Why? Because it's under the ground. So you cannot see it. And we cool it with geothermy. So this is quite unique. And I invite you again to participate to my presentation this afternoon. We have another one in the south of France. It's a combination of the water, the sea water, and the heat pump. And we are capable to cool and heat the buildings. Also, what we do, because we were speaking about buildings, energy efficiency on buildings, it's important, but we interconnect buildings as well. Because the need of energy of an office and the need of energy of a residence is different during the day. So we try to, exchange calories between these buildings during a full day. And this is how we are, developing more efficient systems. It's energy efficiency, of course, but it's also, developing new technologies. So I hope I answered to your question.
Sure. I look forward to both of your presentation, Gustave and Steve, later.
Yeah.
Dominique McPullin, welcome in from Bahrain. We missed you in the beginning. I need from you, what is the status of district cooling in Bahrain in terms of regulation, in terms of new schemes? What's happening in Bahrain in terms of district cooling?
In Bahrain, we have appointed a regulator. It's SEA, the Sustainable Energy Authority. Our draft regulations are in progress through the legal system. We have designated our first compulsory district cooling zone, where we are making it compulsory as a first choice on building permits to connect to a district cooling network. You can only exempt through an exemption application. We are moving towards a more aggressive regulatory environment. We're trying to learn from all the attempts that have gone on before. The big issue with district cooling, and I was in Dubai recently, and I always ask about district cooling, and the continuous reply I get is we don't like it as a customer. If customers are not embracing district cooling, there must be a reason for it. And the main reason is on cost, on security, and customer protection. Now, our regulations are looking very closely at bringing down the cost of district cooling. And district cooling in terms of the CapEx, the sharing of the savings from developers to go into reducing the CapEx of the district cooling delivery in order to do that. Now, that's in the regulation. It's currently going through the regulatory. But I just want to, George, I want to say something very, very big message this morning. I'm calling it V-Day. V-Day, we had our D-Day, and we're having our V-Day today in June 2021. V-Day is the day that ventilation went to the top of the list of anti-COVID regulations in managing the COVID. It's gone to the top of the list after an enormous battle between the aerosol and the particle science. What does that mean? Well, we have Pat Shield here, Professor. We've run experiments in Vienna, and what it means is an increase in your energy loading. And it's a very important message for the district cooling industry this morning, that district cooling must be embraced by government as part of the COVID response. Why? Because if you're looking at something like 26% increase in your energy consumption, to meet the new regulations on ventilation, and we can have a look at those in detail later in the discussion, then you're going to have to double your efforts to get back to the starting point on your energy efficiency formulas. This is a recalibration, and if we're not aware of what's happening in the world, if we're not aware of these changes in circumstances in our energy market, then we are sleeping through this. This is a most important thing. As people move out of apartments, you know in Dubai, the thrust is into individual units, townhouses and houses. People are nervous coming back to offices and nervous coming back to apartments. They need reassurance, and the big issue is to follow the new guidelines that are now top of the list in COVID control. Ventilation,
Good point.
reduced air circulation, flushing, and district cooling has to be now, even to the point of subsidizing district cooling, has to be part of the response, because we are going backwards in energy efficiency if we follow the COVID guidelines.
Gentlemen, you have been quite silent. Now this is your turn. I need at least 3 or 4 of you to come up with questions to the panel. We have 10 minutes. Let's see. Okay, please come forward.
I am Tahniyat from Al-Bawardi Engineering. So we are also using district cooling in some of our malls. So my question is to the description from a gentleman that now we have to use district cooling because of COVID guidelines, because the ventilation is now a critical problem. So how you can relate ventilation to district cooling? Any kind of air conditioning can do ventilation which is required.
You know.
Yes, you're right. But you're looking. Sorry, do you want me to answer, George? Sorry.
Dominic, just to link district cooling to ventilation, typically chilled water is one can give you modulating control and better humidity control in a very humid area in the Gulf. And you know, I played a vital role in introducing the run-around coil in 1993, and then the double heat recovery unit in 1999, which both become industry standards. And this really managed to reduce the impact of cooling energy on ventilation by at least 70 to 75% impact. And you know, DX are on off cannot modulate very well in terms of, so district cooling can play a vital role in giving you very chill cold temperature at 5, which play a key role in dehumidifying that fresh air. And number 2, it has the flexibility to add capacity, because we have a big spare unutilized capacity everywhere, not localized to building. So yes, district cooling can play a vital role in that. Dominic, go ahead from your side.
Well, I think you've answered the question. It's all about efficiency. If we are recalibrating our energy demand for buildings, we must double our actions in finding more effective and efficient energy controls, energy efficiency, and energy source for our cooling. It's as simple as that. It's a formula, but we're recalibrating it now, today, because we have ventilation has gone to the top of the list. It's in the CDC, it's in the World Health Organization. It's now been recognized. It was very slow. It was a very tough battle. It was an enormously complex battle on the science, but now it's top of the list. That means automatically, if we follow the standards that are required for the opening of schools, etc., we will use more energy. And in the case study that Pat did in applying those standards in Vienna on a school and an office block, he found an increase of 26% in the energy use in those buildings.
There is here a dangerous trend happening. I see a lot of energy audit going to building and switching off the fresh air handling unit to save energy. And I see that in many, many buildings. I mean, Nasser, you see that from your client. James, you see that. And how we can stop that, Dominic? I mean, you want to increase ventilation and people are shutting it down.
Listen, it's very simple. There was a famous seminar at a dog food company, and they were giving prizes for their marketing. And one salesman said, well, it's all very well getting prizes for marketing, but the dogs don't like the food. If people feel nervous in buildings, in their offices, coming back to work, and if people feel nervous in shopping malls, that proper transparent actions have not been taken to comply with international best recommendations, well, I'm sorry, people won't go to those shops, and people won't sit in those offices, and people will move out of those apartments and buy townhouses where they're in control of their environment. So it's down to the market, to the commercial environment, to get with the program, get with the increase and double their efforts in energy efficiency, including looking for more and better district cooling, and then to publicize those to give the psychological comfort to the users of buildings, concert halls, entertainment places, cinemas. This is, and one of the reasons this was never put on the list, I believe, is because they didn't want to scare the public. They didn't want to let the public get panicked over the issue of aerosol contamination. It's now out, it's slowly creeping up the agenda, and we need, as an energy industry, to take note and respond immediately, and every owner of every premise needs to get wise.
Thanks, Dominic.
George,
Any more questions? Sorry.
George, if I can
Professor.
say something. Yeah.
Let's start with Professor Patrick. Okay.
Yeah, if I could also add that as an actual fact, one of the main things that gets cut from budgets during the design of buildings is the enhanced monitoring of air quality. Okay, if it's possible to lower the budget during the design phase, the things that normally get cut first are the energy efficiency items, like variable speed drives. And the second item is the monitoring equipment for air quality. So anything to do with CO monitoring, CO2 monitoring, VOC monitoring, and so
Good
on.
points.
They're normally cut.
Good point.
Okay.
Steve?
Yeah, for me, this is the main problem about separating energy efficiency and operation and maintenance. For us in Europe, it's a combined activity. So if you are doing some energy efficiency, you need to be in charge of maintaining the equipment, because all the recommendations you are going to give as an energy efficiency to an operation and maintenance company can vary. So at a certain point, this energy efficiency company can be obliged to do this kind of things like increasing temperatures in order to meet, their commitment, contractual commitment. So this is a problem. You need to combine both energy efficiency, operation, and maintenance.
Good point. Any more questions? Please go ahead.
I could also say that it has to do with intelligent buildings. We work very much with controlling the buildings, like schools. When no one is there, the ventilation goes down, and it goes on when people come.
Hi, my name is Deepak Badra. What Mr. Dominic says, that if customer is nervous about district cooling, the purpose will not be solved. I have experience in 3 different communities. I'm beneficiary, not direct beneficiary. In one building, there is a monthly bill is being issued. It's fine, everybody is happy, consumption is in control. Second building, where it is one of the top developer. There are BTU meters in the apartments, but they are not issuing bills. And third building, there are no BTU meters, and they are charging flat. So it is like, see, there is a purpose of district cooling is energy conservation. But the tenants staying in those 2 buildings, they are using unlimited.
So you are pro-meter. Your point is that you...
Pro-meter, so there will be sensible use of the energy.
Good morning. I'm Shekhar Reddy.
Yes.
And I've done quite a few district cooling plants, and now I'm doing construction management, giving solutions to sick buildings. I have 2 questions here for the gentleman. One is, gas is in abundance in Dubai, gas. Why are we not using as a medium? And even the new plants, I see that that particular part is not being made use of in terms of getting a better return in terms of, the investment, in terms of the running costs. Okay, gas as a medium, number one. Number two is in terms of the district cooling. Okay, you can't, it is a source, it is providing you the chill water. So as long as this plant is not treated as a profit center, it got to be a cost center. I believe it makes a lot of difference. For whatever I'm seeing, in fact, if you see, let's take Business Bay or the JLT area. Most of these buildings have been done possibly 10 to 15 years back. And I must say that at least 60 to 70% of these buildings are sick in terms of delta T or whatever issues you call it. So if the end user is not properly educated by those agencies which are providing this facility, and of course including the authorities, and make it a binding, this problem will not go off. We'll have this problem time and again, and I believe, and the comfort levels in terms of the general concept is that district cooling is expensive. Better we go for a VRF system or a simpler system where there are lesser evils in terms of managing the things. So the mindset has to be changed and the end user has to be educated. This is very, very important.
To answer your first question, 5% of district energy in the Gulf is run by trigeneration using natural gas or diesel. Diesel in Saudi Arabia, natural gas in Abu Dhabi and Oman. In Dubai, there were few attempts to get gas, particularly on Jabal Ali port. And we saw high prices and lack of facilitating supplying gas. And if you see in the world, like now in Amsterdam, they are disconnecting the natural gas from the housing. So people now, at this point, I would say, people are moving away from fossil fuel. Yes, it is cleaner than other energy, but it's still a fossil fuel. So that's why the hydrogen is in transition phase to fill the gap in lieu of natural gas, where it will be more available and it will be sound as green. In terms of sick building, I see the low delta T penalties start to crunch. Some buildings are paying 3-4 million a year as the low delta T penalty, and pushing the building owner to take serious action in correcting the building. So, and I saw a movement now by implementing these, they were lean before and they gave grace period, but I see implementation and I see more action now being taken from building. I hope we are going in the right direction.
No, Mr. Judge, sorry to interrupt you. Forcing something will not help. You need to be part of the solution. Then staying away, see, there is a provider, there's a provider and there's an end user. So the provider says you don't do this, you get a penalty. It's not going to work.
Nasser, you can answer that and saying, I mean, a penalty alone is not enough. What about education? What about helping the solution? I know Emikul are trying to do few of these.
Yes, currently I think you're right. As a provider, if we take one stance by just penalizing, that is not enough. There has to be a sort of education, but also there has to be on-ground investment. A lot of these issues are from the design stage itself also. So as well as the education, there has to be an operator on the ground that has to maintain the secondary system so that there is no issue with delta T. As James was saying, now there are steps to try and recognize the best operators and to give them certain permits so that then they can be held accountable and provide these solutions on the ground. Investors alone and end users alone cannot apprehend most of these technicalities. I cannot go and ask an end user or a consumer to know the differences of delta T, but he can be given certain parameters to know how to maintain, which are at his fingertips. This is where the education comes in.
No, the main issue here is the capital cost which is required. I know it is not much, but the capital cost required to set right the system from the end user side is far less compared to the penalties or whatsoever we are talking about and the energy savings. If this can be explained of course, if you see the big players like the EMAR and all, they have their own regulatory system and they're able to manage it. But these unitary buildings which are independent, I believe that's where we need to concentrate and try to motivate the people. And there's a better way of doing than, trying to stay away. And of course, don't expect the end user again to just accept what he is being told. So he has to be taken into confidence.
Good point, yeah, Mr. Reddy. Our time is over, and with that, I would like you to give a round of applause for our panelists in respect of time. I apologize for not taking one more question. Please give our panelists a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Sorry for being late. Diverted. Thank you.
Gentlemen, now we will have two presentations in a row. The first one is a country focus from Denmark. It will be presented online by His Excellency Frans Michael Skjold Melbyen, the Ambassador of Denmark to the UAE. He's also been appointed as kind of environmental ambassador to the Middle East, and he's been playing a key role in pushing energy efficiencies and carbon neutrality. And the second one will be city focus on Stockholm also and these two will give us inspiration of what's happening in Scandinavia. This is key. I mean, this is what Surinder has worked very hard and focused so much on these countries, and he even visited Denmark and was really inspired and want to bring this inspiration to us. Thank you for that, Surinder. And His Excellency himself will present, or some, yes. So we will go through the recording, please.
Hello, my name is Frans Michael Melbyen. I'm the Ambassador of Denmark to the UAE, and I'd like to start thanking Climate Control Middle East for inviting me to speak to you today. I'm going to say something about district heating and district cooling in Denmark and the solutions we have chosen there and what they can bring. But before I do that, I'd like to frame the discussion because there are some challenges that we need to be aware of when it comes to introducing district heating and district cooling solutions. First and foremost, there is a challenge that the building sector is quite conservative, and new technical solutions and opportunities only slowly get adapted into the building sector. Another challenge is that there is a tendency that those who build the buildings and finance the construction are not the end users, and they do not incur the extra expenses or harvest the savings that can be had if you have more efficient energy solutions, or indeed start working with more broad-spectred energy and climate solutions that we have introduced, for example, in Denmark. And thirdly, regulation needs to be supportive of district heating and district cooling solutions for them to permeate. So all these challenges can be overcome and should be overcome. So fortunately, when we look at them, there are ways to manage these challenges. So first and foremost in Denmark, but also in other countries, we have world-leading companies that have developed great technical solutions that allow us to be very optimistic about the future for both district heating and district cooling. There's no doubt that today we have highly efficient systems all the way from the production of heating and cooling to the end user, but also regulating the heating and cooling at the end user. So the technical side is there. And many of the companies here today are actually providers of these kind of solutions. And I'm proud and happy to say a number of them are Danish companies. And certainly Denmark has spearheaded a lot when it comes to both district heating and district cooling solutions. The two other questions, the one with is it the builder or constructor or the end user that harvests the savings and the energy efficiencies, and how does the regulatory framework support such solutions that are optimized for society, are very much a question of how is the regulation. Now, here in the UAE, fortunately, there is regulation that supports district cooling and heating solutions, and we have seen a number of those grow up around. And Dubai is a great example of a city where you have lots and lots of district cooling solutions. However, these solutions are very often isolated to small islands divided into clusters around the city. Now, moving the focus to Denmark and what we have done there, I think that the big advantage that we have when it comes to using district heating, district cooling solutions in Denmark is that we have sort of tried to bring all these elements together and gone even one step further. So in Denmark, the way we use district heating and cooling is not just isolated to bringing the end product, the cooling solution or the heating or hot water into the homes of the end users, but actually to integrate that through sector coupling with our whole energy structure. By doing this, you can harvest tremendous gains. And indeed, sector coupling between our district heating and cooling solutions, together with our electricity production, will be a key component in Denmark's ambitious goal, which is to reduce our climate footprint by 70% by 2030. Denmark already has a fairly low carbon footprint, and reducing that with 70% until 2030, which is only a few years from now, is a tremendous goal. But we believe we can overcome this because the technical solutions are there, because we have the regulation in place that will intensify both the electricity producers, the district heating and cooling providers, and the end users to together harvest the full benefits and economic savings as well as energy savings that these kind of solutions provide. We will also be able to, through sector coupling, utilize district heating and cooling solutions in new and surprising ways. So one of the things that we will be doing is, instead of using renewable energy, putting renewable energy into batteries to take care of the fluctuation of renewable energy, we will actually try to provide solutions where excess renewable energy is stored in the hot water or cold water reservoirs provided by district heating and cooling. This kind of sector coupling has a huge potential. And I personally believe what we will see over the coming years is district heating and cooling spreading more and more throughout the world. And indeed, we have seen more and more countries opting for this. But of course, the regulatory support needs to be there. Looking at Denmark and the UAE, I see two small, ambitious countries that have taken great strides in also looking at what can be done to fight climate change and reduce the carbon footprint. It's also two countries that have shown that district heating, district cooling solutions can be built on a large scale. But I also see some differences, and maybe the main difference is the lack of sector coupling here in the UAE, which I think maybe you can be inspired to look more closely at when we look at the gains that we've had, not only in Denmark, but in several other countries in Europe, where sector coupling is being seen now as the future of energy production, energy storage, and an energy solution for end users. So a lot of potential, because we do have the right technical solutions. We have great Danish companies, as I said, but also other companies out there that provide good, strong solutions, but we also have regulatory experience that we could draw upon on how to set up the laws and regulations that support not only introducing district heating and cooling, but also making sure that they work together with the rest of the energy system. So with this, I hope that you feel inspired to delve a little closer into the various opportunities that there are and that have shown to be very efficient and work in real life. Because together we can. That I'm sure of. Thank you very much.
Gustav, also, you will join us by Zoom. So we are done. We are done? Okay. So Mr. Gustav is not coming online. I apologize on that. So by that, probably we'll take an early coffee break, I guess, and we gain some time. I had one gentleman who sorry, I cut him for a question. He can raise it now if he still is there. Okay. Sorry for that. Okay. Let's take the coffee break and come back in half an hour probably.
make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat.
Please take your seat, gentlemen. People outside, please move in. Good news, guys. We have Gustav back from Sweden. He's the head of the Department of Environment Health Administration of the City of Stockholm. And it will be a very important presentation. I'm glad we have him back. He had connection issues. That's why we lost him a bit of sudden and unplanned, and at least he's back now. We'll start. Okay, Gustav, welcome back, and please go ahead in your presentation.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to the District Cooling Dialogue. I'm happy to tell you a bit about the work we're doing in Stockholm with the climate issues. And there I will also go down a bit into detail with how we work with district heating as well as district cooling. So I'd like to share my screen and I will show you a bit about our work. Just a moment, and I'll get it going. There, I hope you see my screen now. Can someone confirm you see my screen? Okay. So, our goal is to be fossil-free and climate-positive by 2040. And this is a work we started for quite a while ago. We have been working with our climate work since 1995. And the white brochure in the background is the one we started with, 95, and our City Council decided upon it already in 96. The guy you see there on the photo is Bert Bolin. He used to head the climate panel, the UN climate panel, which they received the Nobel Peace Prize for some years ago. But before that, he was a researcher at the University in Stockholm, and he helped us also in the work in designing this climate work in the city. We have been able to reduce the emissions from about 3.5 million tons or 3.8 million tons down to about slightly less than 2 million tons during the period from 95 until 2018, which is the latest graphics I have here. And as you can see, the big change has been the blue parts. It's the heating. Heating has been reduced significantly, almost by 60%, the emissions from heating. For electricity and gas, the city gas, it's been a slight reduction, about 30%, but from transport we have not had the same reduction. But here you have to take into account that the city has been growing significantly during this period as well. So that taken into account, we can also see a reduction in the emissions from transport. The emissions per capita have gone from 5.4 tons to, at the present, about 1.8 tons. From 5.4 to 1.8. So the emissions per capita have reduced very much, more than half. And that we're very happy for. And this is calculating the same way during this whole period. So our long-term goals is to have a fossil-free city by 2040, and also climate positive. That means that we are going to actually reduce carbon from the atmosphere into the ground instead. And also, we want to be 10 years ahead with our own organization. All these goals I'm talking about otherwise is the geographical area of the city. But the fossil-free organization is the city services, which we want to be fossil-free by 2030. And in the short term, that is 2 years from now, we want to have a maximum of 1.5 tons per capita. And I'm going to show you a bit about how we're working with this. We have introduced a climate budget showing the emissions per capita, and the total emissions. We have assignments to different parts of the cities to reduce their emissions to 2023. These assignments are followed up in the city budget 3 times per year. They have the number of tons they are to reduce emissions from, and this is followed up all the time. And we also have a total climate budget of 19 million tons, which we have said should never be exceeded. So if as I said, we're emitting about slightly less than 2 million tons per year annually, this is not just 10 years and then zero, it's a reduction during a slope. If you look at the reduction assignments per committee, it's the different parts of the city that have their assignments. It says what are they to reduce, how are they to reduce it. So they have very clear assignments that are followed up 3 times per year. And here are some of them stated in names, like the traffic board, which is light blue, the Stockholm Water and Waste Company, purple, and then we have the city executive board, which is a white, because much of the white has to do with transport, and there we need more support from national government, giving us more power to be able to do these reductions. If you look at buildings, as I mentioned earlier during the panel discussion, we have a maximum of 55 kilowatt hours per square meter for heating, building electricity and hot water. And this is when the building is on city-owned land. When we give them a leasehold, or if we sell the land, we require this in the contract. This is 30% lower than the national building codes. So we go further in energy efficiency than the national building codes. We cannot pose this on other than city-owned land. We cannot put it in the detailed development plans or building permits. But here, when we own the land, we can require this. We also say that all city boards must reduce energy use by 5% during this period to 2023. And when we do large renovations like of residential building blocks, it has to be reduced by 30%. When we come to the district heating system, which has been very good in helping us reduce our emissions, it has a market share today of 80%, and the fossil fuel is somewhere around 10%, which now is only the plastic and waste. We got rid of the coal furnace, which was one of the smallest one, but still we used it until 2 years ago. So we don't have any coal, we don't have any oil anymore. It's completely, and this plant you see on the slide actually is only running on wood chips. These cogeneration plants also produce very much of the electricity needed in Stockholm. And we have also introduced new market solutions, like we have a lot of server halls, we also have grocery stores which produce heat. They can sell their surplus heat to the district heating system at the same price as the district heating system is producing heat at the moment. They use heat pumps to bring up the heat to the right temperature for the system, and then they're paid for the heat they put into the system. This is a new market solution, which is a novelty, which is now expanding quickly as well. Up to maybe 1/5 of all the heat needed in the district's heating system can be provided through this new market solution. Now, district heating it's rather new. It's nothing we've had for a very long period. Before 1950, all the buildings had furnaces of their own, and they were using coal and later oil. And poor fuel quality, so we had a very poor air quality in the inner parts of the city at that time. But in 1958, we inaugurated our first district cogeneration plant in Hässelby. It was a satellite town outside of the inner parts of Stockholm. Then they were built very much to produce more electricity. We didn't have nuclear energy then. The hydropower was already built to quite a lot of the possible extent that it could be built. So we needed new sources to produce electricity since our industry was thriving after the Second World War. Cogeneration plants were an important solution in producing more electricity. But then we also had a very much of urbanization during this industrial wave, and new parts of the city were built up. And then it was very practical to build district heating for these new areas as well. Eventually, all these islands of new areas were interconnected. The inner city was connected to the district heating system and through using the power plant's surplus heat. And eventually we started connecting all of these different parts together, putting it together into one large grid. And as you can see on the slide, there's still, in the western parts of Stockholm, there's one area that goes way up to another municipality as well. And then we have the inner city part, which goes down to the suburbs in the south. These two are being interconnected now as well. So this helped bring around the district heating system as such, which was then built completely on a market-based solution. There was legislation making it possible to designate an area as a district heating area and requiring everyone to connect in that area, but also forcing the producer to have controlled prices, which wouldn't have they wouldn't be able to make money. They would just have it on a cost, on their own cost. The tariffs would be based on their own costs. This legislation has never been used, though. It's been run completely on a market-based solution. More and more people have connected because they've seen that it's been economically feasible. It's very practical to connect to the district heating system as well, instead of having furnaces of their own. So when people have come to the point where they have to exchange their furnace, it's often been a better deal to connect to the district heating system. Now, up till the 90s, this was very much based on fossil fuels. Like the old picture I showed you, that was completely a coal-fired plant. But then in 1990, we did a tax shift. We reduced the tax on labor and increased the taxes on energy, and also introduced the carbon taxes. And if you take an example for coal, coal costs maybe $80 per ton on the international market. The tax in Sweden is $380 for the same ton. So together that means $560 US. Biofuel in wood chips costs something like $220 and is exempt of tax. So of course it makes sense to move over from fossil fuels to biofuels for the district heating system. And that's what's happened. And that's why we now are running completely without fossil fuels, except for the plastics in the waste that are incinerated through the system as well. And there, of course, we have to pay a bit of carbon tax for that. So we're trying to find ways of sorting out more plastics from the waste to reduce that source of carbon as well. We have a district cooling as well. We use both surplus heat, that is, we have heat exchanges through heat pumps, So when we produce heat, we have the cool side of it being used for district cooling. And then we also have seawater, which we use as a source for district cooling. But very much is also run through the heat pumps, providing heat for the buildings, but also cooling for like computer halls and other buildings that need it. The district cooling grids are still many islands around the more business districts in the suburbs of Stockholm, and then we have a grid in the inner parts of the city which is rather interconnected, and it's still growing very much. We have a very large network of pipes for the system, and I expect that when it grows further, we will interconnect these islands to the inner parts as well and provide district cooling to more people. What we're now introducing as well to reach our climate positivity is a biocarbon capture and storage. We already have a pilot plant running, and we're now working on a full-scale plant which will be able to capture very much over 1 million tons of carbon per year from the biofueled plant. And since the biofuel plant is running on wood chips, the trees take carbon out of the atmosphere. If we then, when we burn them, do not let that carbon out into the atmosphere again, we will actually be reducing carbon out of the atmosphere, which is then be sent into deep holes into the bedrock where it will be stable and carbonized. The full-scale plant is being planned, and there is a certain energy penalty, around 2%, but it's not very large. We expect that we could have a full-scale bio-CCS plant ready by 2025. If we look at transport, that is the big, really, challenge we have, bringing down the emissions from transport. The road transport has developed for people and goods in the city. More and more goods are being delivered just in time. More and more people buy things on the internet. We can see here the split between the municipal streets and the national highways, especially the national highways. Emissions have, or the kilometers driven have increased. And that is people coming from neighboring municipalities driving through Stockholm as well. So that's even more difficult to control for the city. But with the positive is we have had a very large increase in renewables, renewable fuels for transport vehicles, both electric and also other fuels, like all the biogas, the methane produced from the sewage works is used as a biofuel for vehicles. We have HVO, hydrogenated vegetable oil, which can be used in diesel engines, which is very climate positive. It's a renewable diesel fuel, which is growing in importance. But of course, the electric vehicles we look as very much as the positive vehicles of the future. So what I want to say is that cities like Stockholm can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions significantly, and especially if you start with a good picture of what your emissions are and continue a very stubborn work in reducing these, much can be done. The common systems for heating and cooling really make sense in helping reduce these emissions, as we've seen in Stockholm, where heating has reduced emissions way much quicker than other sources. And we also seen that, I know many visitors to Stockholm say, we can't build a system like that. It's too much of an investment. But what I always like to stress that these systems have to be built organically after demand and not just planned at one time. They have to grow and attach more customers as they see the virtues to attach to the system. And then, of course, we have the possibility of combining heat and cooling through heat pumps. So we both get the heating needs or the hot water needs and the cooling for the buildings at the same time, using heat pumps as a very efficient mode for doing this. So that's about it, and I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Any question for Gustav? Gustav,
yes?
Like if you see Norway, they exempted electric vehicle from tax, and now 70% of sale in a very oil-rich country are electric vehicle. How come Stockholm, we don't see that growth? I mean, and you have even higher aspiration.
What we can see now is during the past year, the electric vehicles have actually been in majority of the sales. So, but we're not at the level of Norway. They have put in so very many national incentives in place that it's almost stupid not to buy an electric vehicle. I'd say the electric vehicles cost less than any other vehicle, taking into account all their incentives. But we are working on trying to get our national government to put in even more incentives. This is nothing you can do on the local level. It has to be done on a national level. And those incentives are coming now.
Let me ask the audience, who is planning the second car he buy will be an electric vehicle? Please raise your hand. So we have 3 hands. Any one of you own an electric vehicle? Not yet. You do? Hybrid. One hybrid. And you see that's also, I mean, it's a new movement, and we see that happening here and by offering more cars. The second question about the carbon capture and storage, how sure you are that it will remain underground and it will not dissipate into the environment? What is your research telling you? What is the science behind this?
Well, there have been trials. This goes actually to Norway, the people with the electric vehicles. They have a lot of caverns in the ground where they have tried this, and they have already done full-scale trials with carbon capture into the ground outside of Norway. And the carbon eventually carbonizes and becomes like a kind of a mineral within these caverns, you could say. So that has been done, and it's been evaluated. Of course, there are costs combined with this. It costs like €100 per ton carbon for making this happen. And what we have to do now is find the market solution for doing this. I know the EU is thinking of funding parts of this. The Swedish government is thinking of funding this. But maybe also those who produce the emissions, like maybe the plastics, the waste, could be part of the funding for the cost for taking care of this.
Gustav, does the city of Stockholm has a positive budget or you have deficit?
No, we have a positive budget. We have a very good financial situation. We have a AAA rating by Moody's.
One of the rare cities.
We have about the same. Yes, so we have a very good financial situation.
Does the city get any revenue from the energy tax, the electricity tax?
The revenues in the city are fees that we collect for different services, and then also we have a tax on labor. So our tax income is from labor tax.
And the energy budget, I wrote how much revenue can be generated from electricity and fuels to a city, and say unless a city start controlling that, they are missing on 50% of their revenue. But at least you are already positive.
What I can say as well is that our district heating company is co-owned with Fortum, which is a Finnish state-owned company. In the 80s, we sold our city-owned company, Stockholm Energy, to the power part was sold completely, but the district heating, as it's a monopoly situation, we sold it to a half-owned company, half owned by the city, half owned by Fortum, Finland. So it's not completely city-owned. And that company, of course, collects revenues from the district heating that it provides to its customers and is completely running on
You know what is the annual revenue of this company, Exergy, the district?
I could look it up. I don't have it in my head.
Okay. And what is the city of Stockholm budget? The annual budget of city of Stockholm?
The city of Stockholm, right, the Stockholm city budget is 5 billion euros annually.
And people living in Stockholm is around 2 million?
No, it's about 1 million.
1 million.
1 million people.
So you have almost 5,000 euro per capita as a city budget.
Right. And that is, you know, for schools, for childcare, for care of elderly, and then all the more technical.
This is what we are missing in Middle East, these city budgets and how revenues are created and movement happening. This is what we have to learn from the Western world and how to manage cities there. Thank you, Gustav, for that. And thank you for what. Please give him a round of applause. Our second presenter is a very well-known figure to us and a strong contributor to our industry, Mr. James Grinnell, Head of Water of Dubai Regulatory Supervisory Bureau. He has over 20 years experience gained across UK, Europe, and Middle East. Before working for RSB, he was working for UK Water Authority, water companies influencing the development. Please welcome him for presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, George. So I'm going to speak today about regulation of the district cooling sector, and in particular the Executive Council resolution that was passed at the beginning of this year. I'm not sure how to work this, so I'll just, okay, go backwards. Okay, so I'll start with a quick introduction about the RSB, and I'll make it very quick. We were established back in 2010. Our main role back then was to license electricity and water generation for provision to the DEWA transmission system. But our role since then has expanded quite considerably. In 2014, we started ESCO accreditation scheme, which is still running today and quite successful. And quickly on the back of that, we introduced an energy auditor accreditation scheme as well. More recently, at the beginning of this year, we introduced a building energy manager accreditation scheme. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that later on because it ties very much into what we're doing with district cooling. And in March this year, the Executive Council granted powers to regulate the district cooling system. So that's going to be the main focus. So what does the Executive Council resolution set out? It means that district cooling services may not be provided unless you're permitted by the RSB, and that applies to district cooling service providers such as Tabreed, Emicool or EMAR, and billing agents. And billing agents are those that provide sub-metering services for building owners or who can be contracted directly to a service provider. Now, the resolution itself sets out a number of powers for the RSB. They include setting technical standards, and in those technical standards, the RSB intends to set objectives such as electrical efficiency, water efficiency, recycled water use, very much on an outturn basis, and that's what we mean by when we talk about light touch regulation. We're not going to be defining how companies should go about this. We're going to be setting targets as to what we think is a reasonable performance from these companies. It also allows the RSB to prescribe the measures that a DC provider may take when a customer falls into arrears. And that's a fairly long way of saying what to do in the case of disconnections. Are disconnections allowed? Are they not? What is a reasonable approach for a district company to take before taking such action if it is allowed? So that's a fairly big controversial item that we'll be tackling over this year. I'll talk more about that later on. We're also empowered to resolve disputes between district cooling providers or service providers, as they're going to be known, and billing agents, or billing agents and customers, or service providers and customers if they provide a direct service. We'll be approving the basis on which those service providers are charged, or the bills that service providers issue, and that means that the content of the bill should be approved by the RSB. Typically that is a capacity charge, a consumption charge, maybe a metering charge and so on. So the RSB will have powers to set out what is allowable in terms of those charges, and that includes penalties like low delta T charge, for example. It will also set out or approve the standard contracts that are to be used between district cooling providers and their customers, and billing agents and their customers. And the resolution requires all service providers, all permit holders, to adopt the new contract over the transition period to this new way of working. So that's another fairly chunky piece of work that we need to get done this year. In addition to the dispute management, we are required to approve the processes and procedures that district cooling companies follow when they receive complaints from customers. And that means that we need district cooling companies to have those procedures written down, and for those to be adequate and support and give customers some value, so that they are confident that their complaints are genuinely heard and listened to, and that complaints aren't escalated directly to the RSB or to the Supreme Council of Energy. And finally, we are required to adjudicate where a DC provider may object to the application of another in respect of the RTA's right-of-way, and this is about access to the parts of the highway where the infrastructure is laid between developments. So we have a role to play in that. Now, I mentioned that we set out what can be included in a bill, but ultimately the Supreme Council of Energy will be approving the tariffs themselves, and we will be providing some support to the Council as they go about approving those. The ECR was published on the 29th of March this year, and there is a year grace period, after which time everyone who provides district cooling services must be permitted and compliant with the legislation set out. So that leaves a lot of work to be done in the remaining time before March 29th, 22. And what we've been working on is, straight after that resolution, we consulted the district cooling providers on the permit content and the application, and we've invited district cooling providers to apply for permits already. And following some clarifications from the Supreme Legislative Committee, we started yesterday inviting billing agents to apply for permits as well. So the permitting is bringing people into the regulatory framework, and that's the first step that we're taking. And once they're within that framework, we can then use a consultative approach to develop the regulations that cover all of the issues set out here. So why are we doing it? The Supreme Council of Energy has a DSM plan, and that plan includes an efficient cooling program. And the NPV of savings that were estimated in that efficient cooling plan estimated there were some 14.3 billion dirhams of savings to be had by improving Dubai's cooling. But that required a larger uptake of district cooling, and for district cooling to improve its efficiency. And unless we do both of those things, that's not going to happen. So those savings are in jeopardy. And what's the problem? I think these have been referred to a bit earlier, but the cost of district cooling, customers see district cooling as expensive, so we need to try and work on that, and that's driven by perhaps high capacity estimates. It's by markups by some billing agents that might charge more than the district cooling provider charges when he provides a service to the building. And it's also the fact that district cooling providers' charges vary by scheme to scheme and by company to company. Now, we're not saying that there's going to be a single tariff in Dubai. We don't know yet. We've got to go through the consultation process. We've got to understand the justification that's submitted by service providers and let the council decide that one. But these are the issues that are behind the high cost perception for district cooling. In terms of service, customers, the feedback, if you look on Google reviews and so on, you don't get a good impression from district cooling. It's not seen as a friendly solution. And the regulations are aimed at trying to improve that, trying to support an improvement in the customer service experienced by the customers of district cooling and billing agents. And in particular, billing agents, because they're really the customer-facing part of the district cooling sector for a large part of Dubai. And often we have complaints that go escalated to district cooling providers without a lot happening and then coming straight to the RSB or the council. And what we're trying to do with the regulations is encourage district cooling providers, service providers, billing agents to establish those procedures for managing customer complaints effectively so that those complaints are resolved before they need to be escalated to the council. And finally, the environment. Of course, going back to the beginning, the initial goal is a demand-side management energy saving goal. Dubai aimed to save 30% of its electricity and water consumption against business as usual by 2030. The forecasts have gone beyond that now to 2050, but ultimately we're still trying to save electricity and water and improve the efficiency of the sector on that front. So, in developing the regulatory framework, way back from 2014 when we first consulted the sector on this, we set out some objectives. What we wanted to achieve was a sustainable district cooling sector, and we described that sustainable sector as a sector in which DC firms had sufficient investment to continue their business. So we were concerned to ensure that that was still an attractive investment opportunity for people to invest in DC companies. We wanted developers to choose DC as the cooling method of choice for their developments. And we've seen in previous years advertisements about this development or that development being non-DC cooled. We didn't want to see that. We want developers to be choosing this. And in order for developers to choose that, it means that customers need to be happy to opt to rent or to buy property in a district cooled area. So we needed to make district cooling the option of choice for customers as well. And if we achieve all of those things, then we think that district cooling will flourish further. The penetration of district cooling as a market share in Dubai will grow further, but it does need those three parts to fit together. In terms of the regulatory framework itself, the Executive Council resolution is the umbrella that sets out the high-level framework. We don't expect that to change for many years. It's sufficient to provide the framework that we need to operate in. And immediately below that, we've set out the permits, and we hope we don't need to modify these that often. They should provide the security for district cooling companies to operate reliably and for the trust between the regulator and the sector to be established so that we know the rules under which we're operating. And finally, the regulations that sit at the bottom end. Now, they might be reviewed a little more often as technology changes, if innovation improves, if there's a step change, for example, in the electrical efficiency of cooling, then we'd need to revise our targets for electrical efficiency. So the regulations are the more pliable part of the framework that we can adjust as we listen to the sector as it develops. So the content of our development or implementation program is shown here, and I hope you can read that okay. We've got the first part being the permits and the schedules. Now, a schedule would be appended to a permit to describe the district cooling system that a permit holder operates. Essentially, what this slide is showing are the various components of the regulatory framework that we're planning to implement over the next year. And it also shows that there's a wide area of consultation, so that at the basis of all of our work to deliver this regulatory framework, we will be consulting the sector, taking that feedback before making final decisions and recommendations. And ultimately, for most of these elements of work, the final approval goes to the Supreme Council of Energy to sign off. And I'm not going to speak about all of these individually because I'll talk about what we're trying to achieve with them through this slide. So, a resolution on complaint management. That is to establish a committee that works under the Supreme Council of Energy to hear the complaints that are escalated beyond the service provider's own procedures. Now, we need this so that we can streamline the complaints and that they can be resolved, and also that so we can set expectations so that future complaints aren't raised at the volume that they are, and that district cooling providers or permit holders have the procedures in place so they can actually deal with these efficiently and effectively before they're raised. We're not keen to be hearing lots of end-user complaints. We want the companies to work effectively to manage them themselves, and this resolution enables the government, effectively the Supreme Council of Energy and the RSB, to have a process that it can deal with those complaints quickly. The approval of tariffs and fees. I mentioned at the beginning that there's a perception that district cooling is expensive. The council will ultimately approve the tariffs and fees of district cooling operators, so it won't be for the RSB to say. Of course, we will provide advice to the council on that, but that will be in the knowledge that we need that triangle that I showed earlier to be maintained, and that means protecting the investment into district cooling companies. So I personally don't expect there to be a sudden halving of the capacity charge or something like that. I think there will be a steady adjustment as we work to stabilise and share the benefits of district cooling. The area of procedures for dealing with customers in disputes or customers in arrears, again, we'll be consulting with the sector. There are a number of challenges here. We need to protect the interests of service providers. They can't be expected to provide a service if they're not being paid to do so. We don't want customers to be treated unfairly or to be interrupted in summer if there's been some sort of mishap either. So there's a balance that needs to be struck, and we will consult with the sector on the best way to find that and establish a norm if we can. Standard contracts are a huge piece of work that will address a whole raft of things, including how customers are dealt with. I mean, what we're looking to do is to establish a standard contract, but a lot of that might be cross-referenced to procedures of the service provider's customer care policy that would be published, for example, or the tariffs that are approved by the council, or the term that would be standardised according to some other factor. But we need to work with a variety of stakeholders on this one. There are a number of different contracts that are in operation, and the objective here is to bring them all into a common contract that's flexible enough to work with what the sector currently does, but also rigid enough to try and develop the regulations and provide the incentives so that we can achieve our objectives for the sector. Energy and water performance standards. So the sector's worked well with us over the years, and we have a long history of electricity, water, recycled water performance, cooling load density, consumption numbers. So we have a pretty good idea. Now, we've never audited any of this, but it does provide us a useful starting point on which to set some performance expectations. And again, as with all of these things, we'll be consulting the sector as those performance expectations are set. In terms of the corrected load methodology, this is another challenging area. What do we do for existing contracts where there is a load that's not being used? how do we make the best use of the excess load that's available in Dubai without impacting the stability of the district cooling sector, but whilst delivering some value to customers. There has to be a balance there, and there has to be some time, maybe a glide path towards developing a new approach that adds that flexibility that might be ex post, but there may be something ex ante that we can do at the outset to prevent the high loads going forwards being allocated. Metering and billing standards speak for themselves. These are maybe a bit easier because it's just setting out the content of the bill. Health and safety standards, we already have this sort of thing in our licensing approach to the IWP sector, so we can simply use very similar health and safety performance reporting standards, and we don't expect those to be particularly controversial. And the customer service standards, well, that's something that the permit holders will be developing for approval. So what we'll need to be doing is setting some expectations of what we would expect to see in those policies if we are to approve them. Now, I want to mention, my talk so far has been entirely on permit holders and the district cooling sector, but as we've seen this morning, a big chunk of that, energy efficiency, it happens in the secondary system or within the buildings. And earlier this year, we've been working with DLD and RERA, and we've launched a building energy management accreditation scheme. And this recognises those companies that are effective in managing the secondary system. And I think it's a really key part to make the whole value chain of district cooling work. And it means that we'd recognise those companies that can operate them efficiently, that communicate well with the district cooling company, and of course communication is a two-way thing, but it focuses on the operation and maintenance of the building throughout its life. The Dubai municipality has set building standards through Al Safat, through the Green Building Code. We have ESMA standards for equipment that's brought in. So this is the key area now where we can work with the district cooling sector to improve the energy performance within buildings. And through last year, we were talking with the sector with this particular area. And it's a key point because building owners have typically tried to bid down the facility management service as a sort of bad necessity. And that's driven all the value or the added value out of that service. But actually, the inefficiency there, electricity and water costs amount to maybe 50% of service charges, and the much smaller fraction of the cost of running the building is the facility manager or the building energy manager that's operating that system. So by spending a little more and recognising the value of the building energy manager, we can create some substantial savings in the building's energy costs, and we hope to achieve that through this scheme. We want to raise awareness of this particular scheme, and ultimately, with all going well, it may be that RERA choose to only allow accredited companies to work in this area in the future. Obviously, that might be a year or two down the line, depending on how much interest is drummed up. But I'm pleased to say that we've already accredited one company, which we'll be announcing very shortly. So that's the Building Energy Management Accreditation Scheme. And that's what I wanted to cover today. Before I take any questions, there are, as you might imagine, a whole raft of things that we haven't landed on yet. So I can't say whether there will be a specific tariff in Dubai, one size fits all or not. I can't say exactly the content of the standard contracts or how many there will be at this stage, because we'll need to consult on that with the sector before we conclude anything again. And the same goes for addressing those buildings with excess capacity and for the processes for managing customers in arrears. So I'm afraid I can't answer those questions at this stage, but working with the sector, we will be able to answer them by March the 29th, 22. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Anybody with a question for James? Please. The micro is behind you, please. Stand up, yeah.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. You mentioned here regarding the owners of properties in Dubai. We have seen different prices for electricity in different areas. Like suppose if you are buying from Amar freehold properties in Meadows, Arabian Ranches, Spring, Old Town, we see the bill comes different. Like for instance, Meadows, the bill comes different than Spring or Arabian Ranches. So what's the reason of that? The electricity bill and water.
For the DEWA bill?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand the question, because the DEWA tariff is standard with a fuel surcharge for across Dubai. Maybe the Dubai municipality fee that is a part of that would influence the total size of the bill, but the tariff itself is standard for DEWA across Dubai.
Any other question, please?
Well, James, you talked about the energy management, and you are working to have third party to manage this, the buildings. Where is the regulation from giving this secondary management to the district cooling service provider, where it's a direct contact with the plant SCADA up to the PLC of the ATSs, up to the instruments of the secondary. So the service provider himself, if he will do the job of the secondary, I guess the efficiency and the performance will be increased.
A suggestion that they can handle beyond the meter and beyond inside the building. It could be an option. Yeah, it's not.
There is no restriction, so far as I'm aware, on who operates the building energy system, so the secondary system of the building. If a service provider or a permit holder got the approval of the building owner to operate that system, then that is absolutely free for them to do at this stage, and actually not restricted by the RSB in any way.
So what we would
like to see is that happen, and to show a benefit from that, and for that company to be accredited so that we can then promote the efficient way of handling that secondary system.
Last question from Francois.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting, very challenging what you have ahead. I just want to compare how district plant are designed with zero tolerance and real engineering design and work and simulations, and the buildings they're serving did not get that at all. Not in design, not in operation, not even in the equipment installed. So even if you go that far to manage the secondary, you will be faced with equipment that is really not fit. So Dubai Etihad has a lot of retrofit for existing building, but they're not. I don't think they're considering district cooling, because they assume district cooling served buildings are already efficient, which is really not there. So would district cooling providers consider a green fund to help their savings, or would that DEWA do that? A question and a suggestion.
I can't really talk about the green fund at this stage. I know DEWA has one. In terms of the build quality, then the Supreme Council of Energy has a demand-side management program, and program 1 of that sets standards for the building construction. So far as I understand it, what you're saying is when that kit goes in, it's not configured, commissioned effectively, and therefore it's not run efficiently at the end. And that's what drives the ESCO market to come in and then fix it or replace it, because the assets haven't lasted perhaps as long as they should have. I think that's a fair challenge, and the ESCO market has been active, and we have an ESCO, as you can see, the ESCO accreditation scheme supports things such as recommissioning of buildings as well as replacing assets where they need to be replaced for energy efficiency. To get buildings commissioned in the first place, getting it right first time, absolutely, that's what we want to see, and to have them efficiently run. And I think the Building Energy Management Accreditation Scheme would help that if building owners are using them from new buildings, from the commissioning process onwards. That's probably about as much as I've got on that at this stage.
Thanks, James, and please give him a round of applause. We will have now a technical presentation from Philips Tarakan, founder and manager of Filio PM. Philips has 30 years of experience before in international companies such as Johnson Control and Trane and Zamel and Hitachi. She moved it down.
Oh.
Correct? Ismail? Sorry, so it's now, because you gave me just 12:10. Sorry, I skipped Ismail. Ismail is from Danfoss. He's a business development manager, and we look forward, sorry for the confusion, Philips. I missed the time change slot. Is Ismail with us? Sorry? He will come on Zoom. Okay. Sorry? Hi, Ismail. Welcome to our Zoom presentation. We look forward to see what Danfoss has to offer. Can you speak so that we can make sure that we can hear you? Ismail. Sorry. Ismail, you are both muted. Shall we interchange until we resolve this? Okay. Philips. Interchange again. Sorry for that. These communication problems always occur. Sorry? Yes. It was an honest mistake. While about your company, Philips, before the presentation. You can start. Don't wait.
Good afternoon. And it is, first of all, I need to thank Climate Control team and our conference chair, Mr. George Barbari, for handling it and inviting us. I think the slides will be switched on. In fact, I'm not attempting to make a technical presentation today here. I'm here to have a dialogue in the DC dialogue. So the dialogue starts that can intelligent FCUs stop low delta T caused by the fan coil units? This is our discussion today. We all know that. We all know very well in this audience that what is delta T. In fact, 3 words we heard since morning. One is district cooling, one is delta T, one is efficiency. However, in every meeting, every conference like this, somebody should be there new, which are not in the field, to make it spread this education or knowledge to the next team of people. So we all know that delta T is nothing but if the difference between the supply and retain is lower than the design supply and retain. This is delta T. We also discussed this morning many times use the delta T surcharges, delta T penalties, such things. And I just taken from the EmuCool website, how do they charge it and what is delta T surcharges. So anytime we don't maintain it, there is a surcharge, whether it is paid by us through the energy bill or to the district cooling companies. Now, some of the reasons of delta T, again, everyone in this audience knows that. It can be from the design, oversizing of the coils or sizing of the coils and valves, and oversizing of the pumps, and parameters selecting for the air and water in and out temperatures. It's coming to the installation. We are all experienced, including not removing the bypass for the flashing loops from there to different kind of valves, different kind of equipments. It goes on. And coming to the commissioning, most of the time due to hurry in starting up the buildings or occupancy, we ignore the commissioning part. I'm coming from testing, adjusting, balancing water and air. I come from that industry. So when I go for testing and balancing, people say that we need to finish the work in 2 days or 2 weeks, where we need months together. So we have seen all these things, commissioning and ignoring the commissioning and verifying it with the design. That happens most of the time. And control failures, and most of the time the commissioning happens or testing happens in the fixed speeds of the pumps, fixed speed of the fans, all such things happens. Coming to maintaining, dirty air filters to block the coils, filters, then it comes to valve control, bypassing the control, all such things. I have an experience in 750 fan coil units place. We informed that there is the strainers for the fan coils and HUs are getting clogged. We went back again to test it. Again, it was getting clogged because of the dirt. Next time we went there, it is completely cleaned. We tested, commissioned, left. Afterwards, the fan coil supplying company called us back. The unit are not cooling because they got warranty complaints frequently. We went back. We seen that this contractor removed and threw away all the strainers in the system. It's not 1 or 2 units. That is what happened because they want to hand over the project. Instead of going on cleaning the strainers, they removed, instead of wherever they wanted to clean it, they completely removed the strainers and ran the system. After 3 or 4 months, the system started getting clogged, especially fan coil units. So all such things happens, and the operations, mainly bypassing the controls, changing the fan speeds, sometimes fixing the values without even monitoring to show others that everything is okay, they fix the values. So all these things are happening, leading to the low delta T. Everyone here also knows the consequences of this. I think, again, it is, first of all, it can be underutilizing the chill water capability what we have or produced, and the same demand is increasing, and then the pump speed increases, or you have overflowing, the pump efficiency goes down, then you pay more, and also comfort. You'll have uneven distribution and comfort. Now coming to the delta T, the solution, resolving. A lot of professional companies in the industry here, you go to many buildings, they said that they have studied, they have recommended the delta T solutions. They do retrofitting here for the existing building. Now they coming to that, they look all low-hanging fruits. The bigger equipments, FAHUs, large equipments, energy stations, where you can have a lot of savings quickly and look into any bypass loop, left it, any flashing loops, all such things they will look into it. And controls modifications. But most of the time, FCUs are ignored because FCUs are, first of all, a lot of equipments. You put it, any modification suggestions, you have to invest a lot of money. So now look into the cost of implementation when you have a retrofit options comes in. Then what is the ROI we are getting out of it? Then practical difficulties in changing all these fan coil, walls, everything. Then also procrastination. Many people think that it will automatically resolve. This morning, I think Mr. Shekhar or Mr. George was telling that millions of dirhams people are paying for the Delta T surcharge or penalty, but they are not investing to rectify this problem. We heard this morning. So these are the existing, but for the new projects, we have options available. So here is my dialogue or discussions with you. And it may be difficult to retrofit fan coil units, but it may be easy to select when we are selecting the new fan coil unit for whether it is district cooling or other applications. When we look into that, we are all talking about different kind of walls, controls. We all talk about the water side, maintaining the delta T of the water. But all the energy equations, we know that we need both sides. One is water side and the air side. The water side to be converted to air is transferred to the room. Then we have that delta T and water volume coming in water side, and also we have a delta T and air volume coming in the air side. So we are missing, we only focus on the delta T using a control valve application. So here, this search for a solution is not new. We know that from once upon a time, it is on-off fan coil units, on-off to the then DRVs, DRV to differential pressure. Then we have pressure-independent control valves. Now, pressure-independent control, PIC is also gone. Then people are introducing control valves with delta T controllers where it measures the temperature in and out, then controls the valve comparing to the room temperature. So it reaches to that level. And when you look into that such valves, it is quite expensive. When you look into the fan coil applications, these applications are expensive. It is complex to install all such things. The challenges in FCU control, when it's coming, the first is efficiency. The current technologies, I explained that only looking into the water side. Then it's not looking into the air side. Then whether it is high or low flow, both air and water. So it is not controlling that one. And naturally, because of that, they have uncomfort in the room. So these are the challenges. What I'm looking at, I'm not here to promote any product or even the brand names of the product. That's why it is masked everything. And intelligent fan coil units. What an intelligent fan coil unit does, it manages both. It manages air side and water side. So you have a low airflow, the fan speed automatically increases to keep up the room requirement. So the room requirement can be increased by airflow, so the available heat can be transferred, so it plays both sides. It is not limited to one. So it have an EC motors, and also the modulating control valves. It constantly measures both supply air temperature, return air temperature, room temperatures, and supply air water and return air water. So then the speed of the motors controls. So this is what the intelligent fan coils does. So this one, the airflow, air volume is controlled. Then we have the balanced variable components, delta T. Then it can also have know that equipment, how much load these coils can handle. Based on that, entire designs comes in. And the modulating and full control using the logics. Now, my question here is why this works. I already explained. We need to look into an option just limiting the controlling the valve to intelligent fan coil units, whether irrespective of any brands. So in our view, it will work because it is addressing both delta T of the water side and air side and room comfort. And it gives a complete and integrated solution, and the life cycle cost will be much better than the normal fan coil units. Now, the industries need to look into it, And any data is to be established, what is the return on investment, additional cost, such things can be studied. And one advantage that the unit comes, such units, they comes in with assembly completely. The supply temperature, return temperature, air sensors are all mounted, connected and coming. So the field installation cost is less. You have less complexity. Above all, we don't need to select the equipments for the different wall selections. All such are removed because it comes as a single selection assembled together and get it. Just valve install and the wall pads are installed for controlling. This is my dialogue to this one, to the team today. Let's look into the new projects, look into the intelligent fan coil units. Thank you all.
Philip, for that. Anybody with question for Philip? Please give him a round of applause, and we highly appreciate what you have presented. This is a new solution, and hopefully it will contribute to our industry to solve this problem. This is one of the smartest solutions I have seen.
I think somebody like you to promote it, somebody who are all in the design stage, because you know that fan coil units people ignore during retrofit because
We
of the
can
complexity.
talk after the break,
Thank you.
definitely.
Thank you all.
Let's hope we will have Ismail back, guys, from Danfoss, with another Ismail. He's the Business Development and Technical Support Director, Climate Solution for Danfoss in the region. Danfoss has played key role in terms of instrumentation, in terms of component for, in terms of compressors, in terms of many support. Since I was a junior engineer 35 years ago, I used Danfoss, and so they have been long time in our industry contributing to that. Ismail, can you talk so we make sure we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Excellent. So you changed the
Perfect.
headphone. It was a headphone problem.
Yes. It's the same. Well, it's just, you know, what we do with the computers. We just restart it and they work again.
Don't give us more trouble, Ismail, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I guess I start with a short introduction. I'm quite a familiar, I guess, person for the crowd about a subject we called DC Dialogue. So I have been with Danfoss for the last 17 years, and all this period was related to the components serving to district cooling, central heating, central cooling in different regions. I worked for different regions, started my career in Turkey, and then the last 10 years I'm Middle East. And I believe I also have been personally involved in many changes and developments and progress of district cooling around us, around the Middle East. This transformation, of course, going around all around TMA. So today I would like to start first. I would like to share my screen, and I will, of course, not talk to you what we have been doing, but what can we do actually is better than we are doing today. So we start with defining a district cooling system. Of course, we all know it. It's a central plant. Then we generate chilled water and we distribute it, transmit it to the users. However, this design has been developed so far and progressed to a better level, which having a multi-source of energy, of cooling, giving up the fossil fuel, of course, and using waste heat, waste energy from factories and plants, reducing the temperatures. This is mostly coming for district heating, I would say, making it bidirectional or serving better way to our customers. So we had alternative designs in the district cooling and district heating, changing the structure of the design. Then the next step became in the networking, because we changed the design, but still we generated chilled water or hot water, and we distributed to the buildings. While we are distributing to that buildings, we should make sure.
Ismail, we cannot see the screen. Sorry to interrupt. Can you make it full screen, please?
Yeah. Aha, okay. So you see two slides at the same time? Do you see two slides at the same time?
Oh, now, yeah, two slides. Go for full screen, please.
Yeah. Now it should be okay, I guess.
Okay.
Is that fun?
Yeah, that's okay now.
Yeah, thank you very much. This distribution also has to be in an efficient way, because you generate a certain amount of chilled water and you have different type of users. I mean, when you look just close by around us, I mean, when you look at Marina, we can find small hotels, big hotels, or all these big residential buildings. So we have different users, so we have to make sure that all of them are efficient, have enough chilled water for their plants, but they are also not affecting our district cooling plant in the generation of the chilled water. So when we look at overall district cooling, there has been some common pain that we have to heal or we have to improve. It is not always necessarily, it's something to improve, doesn't necessarily has to be a pain every time. But if we can do something better, if we can make it easier for user, for operator, for any party involved, and in an efficient way, in a sustainable way, then we have to progress on this direction. So when we look at our history of, I would say with Danfoss producing components for district cooling would be like, I would say like 50 years, these common problems has been better improved and they have been done in a better way time by time with the contribution of course all different manufacturers. If you would list them down, I mean, we'll start, of course, the most spoken out subject, which is delta T optimization. This is always pain because there is always different loads, different demands during the day, during the season. So we have to maintain that to have the maximum efficiency of the system. Then, of course, design, it comes with adding new buildings to the system. Then different fuel, different resources is also making the design and control a little bit more complicated. Then, of course, we have the peak times, the seasons, the timings of the day, and we have much more automated and connected equipment in the system. We want all of them to speak in the same language. And lastly, of course, it's not always about us, about the district cooling stakeholders, but then at the end of the line is the user, and user has also different demands from us, more detailed bills, more efficient, more precise system, more comfort, obviously. So, so far Danfoss has served with different components. I mean, some of them has been mentioned today. I mean, just even the previous slide, the PICVs or energy meters or heat exchangers. We have been mostly in the hardware part of the system. And this hardware served to improve district cooling system. But the next level that we are evolving towards, still having the right hardware, but then we want to add the software and artificial intelligence on top of this. Because we see that's the direction of the district cooling. You might have a super efficient system, almost free energy resources, wind, solar, seawater, whatever it is. But still, your system will be subject to change. So you have to adapt to this change, and it's not always easy to calculate. I'm sure there are many people in this forum which probably had to use hand drawings before there is AutoCAD in place. So we really appreciate, since I was at university, I had the privilege to use AutoCAD. But I cannot imagine how it is done before. So probably when young teenagers or when new people join to the network of the district cooling, they will be so surprised which calculations we had to go through during this period while we are designing or operating the systems. So as Danfoss, we see that that's the direction and we want to be part of it, and we have all this experience all these years. So what we did, we actually developed something in-house. Additionally, we acquired companies. From one of them is, you can see the name here, LeanHeat, and the other one's OE3i, and then Inspire, and also there are some development. And when we acquired these companies, we collected them under one roof, under this roof. We all call them now lean heat, and when we call lean heat, we put it into the modules. And because always there are different parties and stakeholders of these modules. If we can just look at it, it is about the production, lean heat network, lean heat monitor, and the buildings as the secondary side. So we want to simulate all the district cooling systems from design stage, operation stage, end user stage, and ongoing development and expansion plan stage. In every step, we can observe and we can predict what is coming next. So we can make calculations and we can use the artificial intelligence for this purpose. This is what we will see in the future in the district cooling. Demand planning absolutely has been done so far, and it worked well. We had storage tanks, demand planning, this kind of things. But when we have the artificial intelligence, then we can be just be prepared what's coming up, what's coming next. Of course, we are not the only contributor of this. In many projects, it doesn't end with Danfoss product. It's all interconnected. It connects with the pumps. It connects with even the GSM networks and the mobile phones. A concert hall, you know, according to the density of the people, the demand will be higher. So it is. We were making a study with that, with that in France, with their Orange GSM company, that we will be able to observe and control the system accordingly. And it will not be manually. We will be using artificial intelligence. So we developed these solutions. They are implemented in several parts of the world, and slightly they are coming into the Middle East because mostly they were used for district heating. But we believe that it is any more from that the stage, district cooling stage evaluation is going from using the right hardware, but controlling this right hardware with the right software and artificial intelligence. That's all from me today. So if any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you, Ismail. Room for one question. So I'll ask you, Ismail, is it artificial intelligence that you are developing to manage buildings?
Yes, it is from district cooling plant, distribution network, and as well as the buildings.
Okay. Thank you. Please give Ismail a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Most of thanks for you, actually. So we have Philip, Ismail, and our next technical presentation is from Mr. Adil. Mr. Abdel Fattah. Mr. Abdel Fattah, are you with us? Okay, excellent. Abdel Fattah has driven as a seasonal business professional with over 25 years of experience in leading global supplier of plastic piping. Please welcome him to the podium.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, CPI, Mr. George Barbari, which we know for, I know him for last 19 years. I'm here in UAE. Thanks to the attendees to join us, and thanks to the local and the UAE government who allow us to do such things in between the pandemic. Thank you. Today, just we are glad to be here. I want to start to present our group, Enterprise Consulting and Trading Group. Okay. Okay. Who we are just a young group founded by experienced professional, in this case myself, been around for the last 25 years in the pipeline and the piping system business, complete and diversified solutions provider. We are affiliated with consultants and professional laboratories or independent laboratories, and we represent and we do as well trade of internationally recognized products and solutions. Okay, so our dedication is to offer to client, customer, whatever, complete system for the convey of water and gas, and this is some of the products we are dealing with. Our consulting solutions, we are affiliated with companies like Brian Hoggers. They are really expert in HDPE pipe materials and other materials. We deal with Besitel. It's well-known independent laboratory in Belgium. And I'm member of SPE, Plastic Engineers. So our consultancy, it comes here. I think we have some district cooling or operating district cooling piping systems. Our expertise is to actually in heat fusion in the jointing technology, failure analysis. So when you have piping which is failing, you need to know the root cause of the problem. Legal consulting in case you have problem with the supplier, whatever, and client has with anything, contractor, whatever, so we do that. Integrity assessment, reliability consulting, design consulting, and we do as well NDT. And we have NDT also for plastic materials now. So we are in plastic, in metal, and also in composite pipe, GRP, GRE. So some of the products we do, Vonroll, Aperon, AST, Duty Cycle, we have Syntotech, who are in CAM inspection, and we do as well Omera Store. It's a company that's doing tanks, GLS tanks. So if you see, some of the companies are bronze sponsor for this. Today, we will just talk about two of these companies, and the main topics in DC, I think I've seen a lot of presentations talking about energy saving, the cost, material, the cost of the building, and all. But from my experience, I've been selling piping system for the last 25 years, and I know leakage is a problem, corrosion is a problem. So today, we'll talk about this system from Vonroll. Hydro is a Swiss company, and their mission, it's zero water loss. So, some agenda of today. So mission zero loss, first about the company, Vonroll product and services. So they are in infrastructure, okay, in services, and of course, in a system that we'll talk about, which is the leak detection system. Leak detection system, you know, it's how can we detect a water loss. So water loss can be generated by actually agents that generate noises, okay? So it can be a truck, it can be anything. As you know, human being, with our ear, we can actually hear the noise. The noise can be actually also better conducted in water. Here we are giving just some information about different materials and what is the noise value by material, because every material differs to others. So now the best way to detect a leak is pipe. So, and I think in district cooling or in water distribution, wherever, all the medium, whatever is transported through a pipe. Now, to look for leaks, there's some procedures and some to follow. And actually, A is to talk about the noise generators. So from where this noise is coming, the corrosion generator, who is making the corrosion or the corrosion agents, data we are taking from the companies like GIS, maps, things like that, the pressure that the pipe is running up, and to talk about the operation and maintenance team, about the repairs done, if they had any leakage, wherever. So some investigation to be done earlier, and two ways to detect the leak. Either you see it or you hear it. There's no other way. So we can see it when we see a fountain coming somewhere, then we say, okay, there is a leak underground. So as we said, some preliminary analysis to be done. We go to site, and just to verify the maps, things like that, we pre-localize the leaks where it is through a permanent or shift and lift loggers. I think we have some samples outside in our tables, you can see it. We analyze the results through actually a pre-localization or elimination of the false or positive, and the leak detection on the field. It's not moving? Okay. I have to go back. Okay, this is a picture from a project in Australia, and you can see what you see there is, those are loggers, loggers put in this network. Some examples of projects. Here is ADDC, if somebody knows, is part of Adwiya in Abu Dhabi. They ask us to do a pilot project for them, and they give us, oh, sorry, how to go back? Anyhow, yeah, the situation is, it's around 26 kilometers of pipe that actually, this is from our portal. You can see where we position our loggers. And the red and green shows if there is, I mean, red means that there is possible of leakage, and the green means it's okay. So it was 26 kilometers, and for pipe which is less than 10 years, HDPE, and we found actually 9 points or 9 leakages. The installation, it's done, you know, either in hydrant or in valve chambers. Okay, this is showing the part of the analysis. So what we do, we found through the portal the points of interest. Those are the points of interest. Then we do site verification to find out the leak. Another pilot project was done for a company operating in field like yours, Tabreed, in Abu Dhabi. And it was done on steel pipes in Al Dhafra Air Base. I think George knows. Where is that? This is where it was installed, inside the valve chamber, and you see how the corrosion is coming up. Again, here with the portal, this is the correlation that was done between the 2 points, and there where we found actually the leak using our correlator, which is also outside if you want to have a look at that instrument. The on-site check. Then another job which is here in Dubai, which is Atlantis, is ongoing. We cannot talk about it, but you can see here where our loggers are installed. Okay, the other topic, we said leakages, wherever. The other topic is asked why we are here. AST is an Italian company that are specialized in water treatment. So here, why we are here is because they have an application which is going to DC, or let's say cooling towers. So it's an Italian company specialized in water treatment and in the production of disinfectant element, using the electrolytes to actually produce sodium hypochlorite, which is a disinfectant that is used for sanitization or disinfection. So through these models here, and you can see, I mean, water, when you put these bottles here, then you have sanitized water. And it works like you have salt, water, and energy. It's 100% sustainable. And the advantage of having it here is how it work is done. So we have very low cost because you produce the agent, disinfectant agent on site. So you don't need to have it. So advantages of that is you improve, then you have less charge of fresh water. I know in district cooling you have to change the water every 4 months, 6 months. With this, having this machine, you don't have to do that anymore. Reduce consumption of disinfectant because you produce it locally and you don't have to use inhibitors, more inhibitors in that. Saving in the production because as well, less risk of oxidation, which is the biggest element to cause corrosion. Direct dosage of sodium in the system. Saving in transportation and storage, which is now a talk as well, everywhere. Absence of chlorine. Absence of constant close product quality. System interconnection, low maintenance cost, and low production cost. So you do everything in, as I said, on site. So that's all from my side. And as I said, if you have any question, I'm here. And you are welcome to visit also our stands to discuss further.
Thank you, Abdel Fattah. A question, they told me if you have ETS with pumps or close to the pump vibration interfere with your instrument noise and it doesn't give proper indication?
Talking about leak detection
Yeah.
system. Normally, yes, vibration is there. That's why we said we have to be careful about the faults, because vibration will be heard by our loggers. And normally, our system is taking how we can say, not the loudest, but the less loud part of the day. So because it's registering every half an hour, and it's taking the average of the lowest noise it can take. So maybe when the pump, because the pump is operating steady, right?
We need to switch off these pumps maybe in winter when there is no load for an hour.
Yep.
How long your system needs?
Yeah, even for an hour, our system can detect
Would work.
if there is, because it's in the quietest part of the time. So taking out all the noise provokers. It could be cable, it could be pump, it could be site machine or driller. So it's the quietest part, and it's taking the average, the lowest noise that can catch from the network. So to answer this question, yes, it affects, but in the result is not. So it's not affecting the result of.
Thank you, Abdel Fattah. Please
Thank
give
you.
him a round of applause.
Thank you.
And my favorite part is to hand over to Frederick before lunch and to recognize our contributors that make these conferences happen. The hidden soldier behind the scene, Frederick, always.
Well, thank you, George, again for a wonderful moderating job. And I am extremely pleased, ladies and gentlemen, obviously to distinguished guests, to see you all in person. It's a pleasure that we are gathered again after such a long time due to this imposed break due to the ongoing pandemic. We are also extremely pleased to welcome overseas guests at this event for in a very long time. So to all of you again, a warm welcome to the 5th edition of the DC Dialogue. We wish to extend our thanks to our talented moderator, George, who doesn't need any introduction anymore, and obviously our sponsors and partners without which this event could not be held. We are also extremely sorry for the absence of some of our speakers and guests due to COVID, and we wish them a prompt recovery. But before we do so formally, I would like to run you through, if you allow me, our calendar of upcoming activities. On the 24th of September, the Oscars of the HVACR industry, the Climate Control Awards, will take place as a hybrid event in Dubai during the Big 5 Show Week. The entry submission process has already started online on our website, climatecontrolawards.com. The entry submission is free in any number of categories of your choice, and please pay attention to the new deadline, which is now fixed on the 9th of August. We have 31 categories this year, with 3 of them dedicated to district cooling. Companies also have the opportunity of becoming a category sponsor for 29 of them, provided no conflict of interest is established by our auditing firm. And doing so will grant you the exclusive privilege to brand your company in that particular category, and to also present the trophy on stage to the winner or winners. And for those of you who are not yet familiar with this event, here's what you can expect with footage of our 2019 ceremony.
Winning award is definitely appreciating one's effort, and I thank the management of CPI for appreciating the efforts. I really appreciate to be recognized for this honor.
This is the second time that Smart for Power is winning the Building Energy Project of the Year, and we would like to do this along with RAC Municipality and RAC Hospital, so it gives a lot of strength that we're working together as a team.
The Dubai Municipality vision is to develop happy and sustainable city, very much in line with the CPI awards. So we are, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to be awarded and trust.
us this award. Voltas Limited is proud to receive the Climate Control Awards.
This was a wonderful feeling, receiving the Climate Control Award. An honorable mention for Beacon Energy. Thank you, Climate Control, the team at CPI, and all the jury members for this honorable mention.
Well, we saw you in 2020, but online, unfortunately. This was our last award ceremony, held during the good old days of freedom, as I now call them. We shall soon come again soon. So we look forward indeed to hosting all of you there in September. On the 16th of November, we shall hold the 5th edition of our Client Consultant Contractor Conference, which will take place in Dubai, also as a hybrid event. And we are also proud to announce that the 6th edition of our World IEQ Forum in association with Systemair will take place at the Expo 2020 site on January the 24th, 2022. This will probably be the most anticipated event of the year, as the focus will be on the hottest topic, obviously for unfortunate reasons due to COVID-19 of the minute, indoor air quality and comfort. The theme will be transforming thought through innovation and innovative solutions. Now, on the publication side, the 2022 edition of the Climate Control Guide and Directory will be launched during the Big Five show from the 12th to the 15th of September, both in print and online. And the Refrigeration Buyer's Guide at the Gulf Food Manufacturing Exhibition, also in Dubai, from the 7th to the 9th of November. Now, please make sure that your company is listed for free in them, using our respective websites. But now it is the time to acknowledge and thank our sponsors and partners for their support and who made this event possible. And I shall ask a representative of each of them to join me and remain on stage until a group photograph is taken. We have a big enough stage this year, and please do respect social distancing. Now, I would like to welcome on stage our silver sponsor, Emicool. Unfortunately, no shaking hands this year. Thank you very much for your support. In our bronze sponsor category, we have Armstrong. As well as Aperon, Fonroll Hydro, AST, and Duty Cycle ECTG Company. Our digitalization partner is with us online, so we also thank them. Our strategic HVACR recruitment partner, CarriersBay.com. Our exhibitors now, AG Engineering. Thank you again. Endres and Hauser. I hope my German is up to scratch still. Oh, and I need it now even more for Siemens. Thank you. Filio and Polar Air. Thank you. Please do join us. And Takif. So I think we're all assembled, more or less. Takif joining us now. And the photographer is here. Brilliant.
You make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever.
Highly appreciated. And now, of course, the moment has come for all of you to join us for lunch, which will be served in the networking area. And please do use that time as well to visit our exhibitors and sponsors. And we shall reconvene here in this ballroom at about 2:10, if I'm not mistaking, Surrender, right? 2:10? Perfect. Thank you so much. Again, bon appétit.
put my mind out of space, something that I can't erase. Looks like I ran into trouble. Wish I just stayed on that night, mixing tequila with Sprite, and I had more than a couple. Now every time I think of you, I smile. Even if we're more than a million miles, you make me smile. You make me smile. You make me smile. It's getting way out of hand. This was not part of a plan. Tell me, where did you come from? It feels like just the other day when we had nothing to say, but now you keep me away. Now every time I think of you, I smile. Even if we're more than a million miles, no, you make me smile. You make me smile. You make me smile, 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 smile. You make
make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever. Me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had.
my mind out of space, something that I can't erase. Looks like I ran into trouble. Wish I just stayed on that night, mixing tequila with Sprite, and I had more than a couple. Now every time I think of you, I smile. Even if I'm more than a million miles, you make me smile. You make me smile. You make me smile. It's getting way out of hand. This was not part of a plan. Tell me, where did you come from? It feels like just the other day when we had nothing to say, but now you keep me away. Now every time I think of you, I smile. Even if I'm more than a million miles, no, you make me smile. You make me smile. You make me smile, 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 smile. You make me smile. never leave. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run and everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run and everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run and everywhere I hide, I find you. Can't escape your love. It's following me. I'm afraid that I won't move on if you never leave. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run and everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run and everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run and everywhere I hide, I find you.
I don't need you. I don't need you anymore. No, I won't be waiting. No, I'll be waiting at your door. I don't need you. I don't need you anymore. No, I won't be waiting. No, I'll be waiting at your door. I don't need you. I don't need you anymore. No, make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. hold you now and hear the sound of your heart beating. If there's a way to stop this, show me how. I know you're telling me you're leaving, but all I wanna do is hold you now and hear the sound of your heart beating. If there's a way to stop this, show me
Hello, Steve, you can hear me? We can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Put him on screen so we gain some time.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Hi, Steve.
Hello, George. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see the presentation.
Fantastic.
Gentlemen, please enter and take your seat, whoever taking the lunch break. Steve Lamois, he's a General Manager and Business Director for Middle East Alkia. which is a subsidiary of Électricité de France. Steve Lemoy has been working for almost 15 years in the field of energy efficiency, operation and maintenance, and district energy network. He was leading the development in the Eastern Europe for Dalkia, where the group has acquired several energy services company and district energy network. Steve was in charge of consolidating these companies and developing them. He arrived in the Middle East in 2018 with the objective to develop the digital offer of Dalkia, aiming at generating savings for clients. After few successes, he became general manager for Dalkia Middle East with objective to accelerate the development in district cooling network activity. Please welcome him on a Zoom call with us. You saw him in the morning, and Steve, we wish you well also in your mission here and making the change toward better district energy systems. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, George, and thank you for giving me the opportunity, to present some of the references Dalkia has in district cooling around the world. First of all, as our CEO, Jean-Bernard Lévy, CEO of EDF, used to say, if a company like Dalkia is not developing district cooling activity in the Middle East, where are we going to develop it? So it gives you the willingness of the group, to really accelerate here. And the more I'm working in the Middle East, the more I see what we can bring in terms of changing, the way district cooling network has been operated, built, and maintained. What you see on this first page is quite interesting. This is our showroom in Paris, and we are trying to simulate, some usage of energy efficiency. So you see some buildings, and this is quite interesting. So if any of you are passing by Paris on a trip, we can organize some visit of this fantastic showroom. This is in our headquarters in La Défense. Okay. So a short introduction, because as we are a newcomer on the market, not completely newcomer, but newcomer as per today, I will introduce a little bit the group. So Dalkia is part of EDF. EDF is an electricity giant company, French, which is doing $84 billion revenue with more than 160,000 employees worldwide. We have more than 35 million clients all over the world, and our budget for R&D, as I was mentioning this morning, is about 835 million. So we are investing a lot of money to build new innovations and new technologies to serve our clients all over the world. Dalkia, part of EDF, is doing 5.2 billion with 18,000 employees, and we have more than 350 district energy networks, as I was mentioning this morning. So Dalkia has more than 80 years experience into energy services, including, of course, district energy network, heating and cooling. And we focus on three main pillars, which is decarbonation of the energy mix. And I think it has been underlined, from the beginning of this DC Dialogue conference by Janet, also by you, George, and the other speakers. Digitalization. So I have attended all the presentation, this morning, and I think digitalization is really core today. And the most important, the operation and commercial excellence of our team. And this is maybe something we will have to focus on, of course, because it's good to have renewable energy sources everywhere. It's good to have digitalization everywhere, but it's better to know how to operate all that together. And this is what Dalkia has been doing for the last 8 years. So we take care basically from design to demand side management. And I think it's quite interesting to mention that, because I saw several presentations, we speak about technologies, we speak about different solutions, but the most important is the capacity to integrate everything and to manage everything during a period of 15, 20, 25 years. And this is what Dalkia has been doing for the last 80 years. We do design, we do construction, we do operation, and of course we do the demand side management. And it's quite important again to mention that. EDF in the GCC country is present like 25 years ago. We have 200 people present actually, in the GCC, with offices in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Saudi, Bahrain, Oman. We are everywhere. We are leader, of course, in the region in large-scale renewable. I was mentioning, this morning the Al Dhafra project, the 2,000 megawatt, Al Maktoum in Dubai, 800, and others, in Saudi. And we have strong engineering capacities, of course, locally present. So today I will speak about digital tools. So first of all, we cannot summarize Dalkia to digital tools. Digital tools is only a part of what we do. Dalkia is, first of all, people, it's also methods, and after that, it's tools. So I will speak today mainly about these tools. And I will start with the digital twin, which help us to de-risk and save cost on our projects. So digital twin, we use them from design to operation. So early stage of the project till the operation and maintenance of the project. So basically from the design phase, it will help us to decide about what kind of solutions we are going to do. And in case of changing in the design, it will help us to understand what will be the consequences of doing so. So we are more and more using this kind of digital twin in our project of district energy network. Like for example, we are using the BIM on our project for buildings. But let's be concentrated here on district energy network. So it helps us to simulate the different scenarios in order to update our business plan. If we need to install, for example, smaller chillers, bigger storage, or whatever. So this is really key, and it helps us to take the right decision very quickly. On the construction and commissioning, it will help us to de-risk any adaptation of the design. You know how it is during the construction. You might have to change some equipment or to change some tracé of your network. So this is a way, to do it without taking a big cost and with decreasing the risk. It will help us as well to de-risk the commissioning because, of course, we will have the readiness, from the beginning, thanks to digital twin to see what will be the impact, of the functioning of the plant. And of course, it will help us to validate the performance of the machines, simulating how the network will be operating. During the operational part, it's also key to have the digital twin, as it will help to train our people. I'm insisting on the people working for Dalkia, mentioning that it's not only an innovative and technological company. It's about people. So we spend lots of time to train our people. We have campus, we have R&D, we have schools, we have so many things to train our people and to make sure that they have all the necessary know-how to operate the necessary equipment. So we will use this digital twin to train our people and to simulate, what will be the impact of doing this or that on the network. We will test, of course, continuously on improving the operation. For example, using this machine and not this machine. And of course, we will detect the performance of any drifts on the network. And last point, it will help us as well to work on extension and upgrade of the network to take the right technical decision at the right moment. So we will be able to simulate an extension of the network. We will be able to simulate, the installation of a new equipment, new technology. So it's really a tool which will help Dalkia from the beginning of a project till the end of a project properly, manage a district energy network. It will decrease risk and it will help us to save costs. Some other tools, as you can imagine, Dalkia is using lots of tools. We have maybe 50 tools, even more. It goes, to as well some tools we have for our operator. When they go on site, they will use smartphones in order to do operation and maintenance tasks. Here, I will focus again on the network itself, and I will speak about the centralized operational digital tool, which provide an overview of the network from a country point of view till ETS. And it's quite important to have this view when you are a manager and you need to decide about any upgrade of equipment, or if you need to benchmark, your different networks. So we have developed this kind of tool in order to help making the right decision at the right moment. And we can see the performance really of each of these networks in real time. So it's key for us because this analyze in real time help our operational team to better view what is the performance of what they are doing on site. So it's really a powerful tool which has been developed in-house. It also helps us to strengthen the report we are delivering to our clients, which is key because the client, they want to know exactly what we are doing on site, what is the situation of their network regarding another network. So this is something we can show to clients and they really appreciate. Another tool we are using is the GIS, which is a Geographical Information System. It is a network modeling. Again, maybe not very new for the people attending, this conference, but I wanted to take some of the tools we are using. Again, the strength of Dalkia is to combine all these tools with our team in order to make something which will be answering perfectly to the specific needs of each of our clients. So this tool helps us to store and edit spatial and non-spatial data. So quickly, with one click and one map, you will see exactly where is your network, where you can extend your network, what is the capacity of the pipes, what are the constraints in terms of buildings, in terms of road, in terms of anything. So this is really helping us, to make the right decision about any extension of network or any works to perform, on it. So this tool is a tool we are using a lot internally as well as externally to show to the different clients, where are the networks and where they will be able to connect to the network if they do any new development, for example. So these two tools are tools we are using a lot in our reporting and operation. I will now show you some examples because, again, I can present lots of tools, and I think I'm not here, to make a list of tools. So I will speak about references now. This reference is quite interesting. This is a district cooling network in France. This is in Paris, in the quarter of La Défense. It's a business quarter in Paris for the one who knows. And if you can see on the picture, you see inside the plant, and this plant looks brand new. And this is not pictures which have been taken, from the beginning of the construction. This is pictures which have been taken 3 months ago. This plant is 43 years old. Okay, it looks brand new. That's why I'm insisting a lot again on the operation and maintenance and the quality of your people. Because thanks to our people, for the last 43 years, we have been capable to operate this plant and make it today like a new one. The efficiency is one of the best we can have on this kind of equipments. You have different chillers installed. You have some York, you have some Carrier, you have different brands. Everything is running properly, and we are monitoring on a real basis all the performance of the substation because we have installed smart metering system on all the substations we are delivering. Today, the systems have been upgraded. We have taken off all the cooling towers, and now it's cooled by the river directly. And we have implemented as well the digital twin operation, the one I was just mentioning before. So thanks to our digital twin operation, we are capable now to simulate any replacement of equipment, extension of network, or change of operation. And of course, we also developed some smart view of the district cooling plant on smartphone. So from anywhere in the world, I can have a look to my smartphone and see exactly what is the performance of my district cooling plant in Paris. Another example, this is one in Lyon. I was speaking quickly about it this morning. This is a brand new district cooling plant. Actually, it's a new investment we made. It's a 300 million euro investment, combination of heating and cooling. For the heating part, we are producing the hot water from waste to energy as well as biomass. So we have installed a massive biomass plant in order to working on the wood chip in order to produce the necessary heat for the network. And we have this district cooling as well, which is supplying 1 million square meter tertiary buildings, which is shopping centers, offices, and so on. We have 70 subscribers. The construction has been done in 2020, and we are speaking about 22,000 RT installed capacity. This plant is completely underground. We have built it from scratch. You can see some pictures. So on the right bottom, you see that you cannot see it actually. It's like a field with grass. So you cannot see that underground there is a district cooling plant. So it's quite discreet, you know, in the landscape. We are actually using not a cooling tower, but we are using the water, underground water. Lyon, it's a little bit specific, you know, they have a lot of underground water, and we have wells coming from this water, you know, to the close by the plant. So we are cooling the plant using specifically this water. So this is why we are speaking about the geothermal energy district cooling plant. All right, so here is another one, Talasso Terni. It's an eco district, or what we call eco district. So 70% of the energy there is renewable. The construction has been done in 2017. It's not a big project, but it's quite interesting in terms of technology. So we are going to go and collect some calories from the seawater, 4 meters, you know, deep, so it's not so deep inside the water. We will collect, you know, these calories. We will have after that an exchanger, heat exchanger, and we will have water pipes, which will go to an energy transfer where we have a heat pump. So this water will help providing part of the energy needed, and the rest will be supplied by the heat pump. So thanks to that, we are capable to provide heating, cooling, and sanitary hot water to buildings. At the same time, all these buildings exchange together energy, and this is what I was as well mentioning this morning. So offices, they will need during the day energy, and they will need less energy during the night compared to residential. They will need more energy during the night and less during the day. So we have this exchange, you know, of energy between the buildings. So Dalkia is really taking care from the design till the demand side management. So we have this capacity from day one to work with buildings in order to optimize the way things will be working together and buildings will be exchanging together energy. Another project, because enough of France, you know, so let's go international a little bit. It's China. It's an 85,000 RT project, which is in construction right now. We will serve 3 million square meter buildings. And it's a 30-year concession. It's in Sanya, as you can see on the map, south of China. It's a massive district cooling network, as well as heating. So we'll propose there the 4th generation. It's of cooling. It's a little bit complex because it mixes 3 generations with PV, with sanitary hot water produced from solar. There is as well ice storage, heat pumps, high efficiency chiller. So it's a combination of the best you can find on the market today, and this project is run right now under implementation. We have decided there with our R&D department in China, we have a huge R&D department there, to implement the digital twin in order to simulate how it's going to be working, because it's really, really complex in terms of equipments deployed to produce the right energy. Again, mentioning air conditioning, heating, as well as sanitary hot water. So this digital twin has really helped us to implement the right solution and place all the equipment at the right location. Okay, so this is it, George. I think I tried to be short, but I think I'm within the timing.
Thank you, Steve. It's been some news to some of the team members here to see you developing digital twins and network monitoring, live monitoring. Will you be doing that in Middle East?
Yes, it's really interesting. So, as you know, today we start to develop our activities, and we will continue to develop actively our activities, especially in district cooling network. And we see in district cooling network. I mean, during this DC dialogue today, we saw the need of taking care of you know, the demand side management. So taking care of the demand side management means having the capacity from the beginning to work with developers as well as existing buildings to provide them the best solutions and services. So this digital twin, design and operation, because you need to make the difference between a digital twin for design and digital twin for operation. They are a little bit different. But this is something definitely we will implement. Digital twin for design we will implement on new district cooling networks, and now we are in the process of doing it because we are already being awarded, you know, some project, and we will build a district cooling plant in the Middle East, and also on existing district cooling plants. We have already a running project now in the Middle East, and we will be also implementing this digital twin for operation. The objective is really train our people, you know, to make sure that we will take the right choice in terms of retrofitting, for example, in terms of operation of the equipment. So this is really key for us. And this is, again, George, only part of the tool we have within Dalkia.
Excellent, excellent. Any question for Steve? Then thank you very much for this important presentation. And we will move.
Thank you, George. Thank you to DC Cooling. Thank you very much.
Most welcome, and thanks for being with us. Our second presenter is Mr. Peter Thompson from Armstrong. Peter is a director for the Building System Solution Group Armstrong Fluid. Mercy, he is Zoom or also? Another Zoom presentation. So Peter, you can jump on the screen now. You see how the world is going. I mean, now we see most government in Europe are specifying hospitals, schools to be designed using digital twins. And here in Dubai, it is a museum of the future, is now negotiating with IBM to be digital twins. I hope to see that most of our district cooling now will be designed that way. Also, EMICOOL are looking for live monitoring of their networks and to integrate GIS data with live data and have more visibility on their network. So artificial intelligence is also entering district cooling. Also, EMICOOL tested a couple of plants and that sort. And we see technology slowly coming to our side and shaking the old static situation. Okay? Peter, please
Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome to stage, and I leave it to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter Thompson. I'm a director at Armstrong Fluid Technology. And for the next 15 minutes, what I'd like to do is take you through a new solution that's available to the market that engages machine learning to help optimize the performance of a networked district cooling or district heating system. I'm presenting to you remotely today. I wish I could be there in person. I'm presenting from Toronto in Canada. So a quick background on Armstrong Fluid Technology. We are a global designer, manufacturer, and life cycle service organization with expertise in heat transfer and fluid flow. Our company, since its inception in the 1930s, has been driven by learning and innovation. And this is what's led us to invest in digitalization and machine learning solutions. And we were prompted, actually, by customers like yourselves, who were asking Armstrong, okay, you've come up with a chiller plant optimization solution, you've improved the efficiency of our pumping stations, but why can't the system accommodate changes on its own? Why can't it, when there's a clogged strainer, automatically adapt and respond? So this is a response to that challenge that's been put in front of us by the marketplace. And by employing machine learning, our technology can now respond to those short-term changes in the system and also long-term chronic changes in system performance. I just noticed that my slide has not progressed. Okay, there we are. So what are the benefits of this? As you'll see in the quick presentation, we can reduce overall energy consumption. We can improve reliability and resilience of the system. We can improve tenant comfort, and also, in some cases, reduce upfront construction cost. This solution involves 3 layers. We see the base layer as a community or ecosystem of intelligent devices that are able to perform more than their traditional functions, but perform more informed functions also with equipment performance maps. There's a on-premise edge optimization hub, and there's a cloud solution, networking all of the intelligence from other communities of learning also. So how does a digital map work? What does that look like? And I always like to use the example of a pump, not just because we're a pump manufacturer, but because pumps really are a 2-dimensional performance characteristic. And if you look at the plot shown here in the middle of the screen with the graph paper type image, and imagine the x-axis being flow and the y-axis being the pump head, and also overlaid on them on the x-axis if we had power, and on the vertical axis we could have speed. For a pump, we can create a digital model or digital twin of that pump's performance, and for each operating power and speed, there's a dedicated head and flow reading. So this does a few things for us. We've created an energy map and performance map for the pump that correlate, and we can now start applying control sequences without any external sensors. So we could ask the pump to maintain a constant flow regardless of the system changes, or ask it to maintain a constant head pressure regardless of flow changes. Or we could emulate a DP zone sensor at the end of the system with a quadratic curve. So as the valves open and the flow goes up, the pump responds. It will speed up or slow down so that it stays on this blue control curve. So that's a very quick illustration of what digitalization and equipment performance maps look like in 2 dimensions, and how we can actually create control curves using that approach as opposed to traditional instrumentation. An interesting side effect of this technology when it was applied was now we have a flow meter. The pump has become a flow meter. It's also a pressure meter, so it can report out on the head pressure across the pump, which opens the door to a whole host of new observations in terms of how we might optimize parallel pumps. And shown in this example, at the top, we have 3 parallel intelligent pumps that know their efficiency at operating points, and below a traditional set of 3 parallel pumps that are operated with speed staging or capacity staging. And as the flow load goes up, you can see in the 2 cases, the best efficiency pumps stage to maintain highest efficiency level. They know when adding another pump will make the system more efficient than if they stuck with the existing operating pumps. And the same when the flow goes down, they know exactly if they would be more efficient with an additional pump or by removing a pump from duty status. And this has quite a dramatic effect on pump energy and efficiency alone, saving up to 30% throughout the operating system's life. But that's just where it starts. With digitalization, we can now create a fingerprint of that pump station. And what the previous example assumes is that all things remain equal in that pump station. As soon as a strainer gets clogged, it's time to adapt and change. it's time to operate a little bit differently. Maybe if strainer on pump number 2 is clogged, we want to stage that one up last. So what we need to do for machine learning to work is we need to start exploring outside of that predetermined control map configuration and start looking at what's happening if we vary a little bit later, we stage up a little bit later, stage up a little bit earlier, run the pumps a little faster, run the pumps a little slower, and see what happens to create that digital experience that we can put into an equipment performance map, and then machine learning can start interpreting the benefits of changing the way it operates to its own learning, as opposed to our pre-configured control curve. And we can do this to include not just power, speed, head, and flow, but for the entire mechanical network in the building, and include things like vibration, equipment temperature, zone temperatures, and observe what's happening both at the device level and the subsystem level and the total system level. Let's call the system level a cooling system in a building. I've shown you the example for the pump. We do the same with heat exchangers to look at the changes in heat transfer and the heat transfer coefficient to assess if there's contamination on those plates, to assess if there's any problem with clogging or flow through a certain heat exchanger over time, and also to determine its capacity. With this equipment performance map, as we learn the fingerprint or the performance of that equipment, we're able to predict how much capacity remains for design day conditions. And do we have enough capacity for the upcoming weather trend? So we'll take that same approach and we apply it to a full chiller plant. And that is a 26-dimension map where we've digitalized that space. And throughout time, the system continues to learn. It explores new operating configurations, new set points, to see how the equipment has changed over time. And if there is a change, it will change the staging points, and it will also adapt automatically to change some of the speed set points for the fans and the pumps. Now, the nice thing about a digital performance map is you expect a certain performance at a certain operating condition. As you observed perhaps a month ago at that same operating point, that speed, you would expect the same power to be consumed at the same condition. And if it isn't, you can say there is a change in that piece of equipment or a change in the system. So it allows you the ability to do some predictive maintenance or condition-based maintenance. We do our optimization, our machine learning at the edge. So it's an on-prem solution, and it's able to collect the data from a variety of instrumentation and smart devices. It also is able to collect data and communicate data to other ecosystems. So there are a number of larger ecosystems available in the market today, and we're slowly networking our insights and our capabilities into those platforms. So shown here, we have a pictorial representation of the different equipment performance maps, as shown for the condenser pumps, the cooling towers, the chillers, and also the distribution primary pumps. And these models, as I said, evolve over time, and we continue to explore and see how we can better optimize the building performance as those performance maps change with time, and to be aware of if there are other ways that we could operate the plant for a given weather or load condition to ensure that we're getting the best performance from the plant. Now, when these changes in performance occur, it learns and it looks for other opportunities to run the plant in a new and different way, just like your satellite navigation in your car is able to observe that there's a traffic jam ahead of you, and it's able to adapt and ensure that you get the second most efficient route to get to your destination, because the primary route perhaps is clogged by construction or an accident. And ASHRAE has formally recognized this challenge in our community, and they've labeled it as persistence as a measure of how the energy savings remain after commissioning is complete. And our goal with this machine learning is to ensure that as those system components drift in their performance, that we maintain the best efficiency possible, as shown by the green line here, that's achieved with our digital twin approach and machine learning. We've also observed that by exploring and looking at other operating points beyond what is determined at day one as the best operating condition, that would be called machine learning bias, that explore other operating points to see if there are better operating points than what was originally calculated. And that approach to eliminate machine learning bias is important for any digital twin-based system. So this is how it saves energy. It's going to help reduce maintenance costs because it'll provide you condition-based maintenance as opposed to routinely scheduled maintenance, and improve occupant comfort by keeping the system in peak operating condition for the majority of its operating life. So how does this help with district chilled water plant networks? The challenges that we face in this community, obviously maximizing delta T so that we can have our chiller plant operate as efficiently as possible, ensure that the equipment is maintained and responsive for changing in load, and taking advantage of thermal energy reserves to be prepared for an increase in load without having a dramatic increase in power draw. So we can build out our solution, our digital solution, starting at the plant that provides the network with its chilled water, whether it's one plant or multiple plants, and networking in the energy transfer stations, the different buildings on the loop, and those tie back in a network configuration to feed their equipment performance maps up to the master equipment performance map in the centralized chiller plant. And we're gathering that data all the way into thermal energy units, if it's a separate level of a building, as is done in the UK, or if it's just for the whole building at a main energy transfer station, or if it's a section of loop itself with a changing load over the day and year. So we create these performance maps at the lowest level of the equipment and the next layer with the system, and then the top level with the total network. And we're able to observe each day how the system is changing, how the equipment performance maps are changing, and then the machine learning is able to calculate the optimized way to redefine the operating parameters for that given state of operation, that being the cooling load and the weather condition outside, or the water in the lake or reservoir or thermal storage or geo system that it is attached to. So this is going to help us build out solutions for a sustainable community by minimizing the energy draw and also tying into smart cities and understanding the challenges of the grid, whether that grid is wind power or solar power, if they have good energy stores with battery, or if there's a different form of energy storage. It can observe opportunities to use the thermal energy storage in advance of the demand at the early morning periods of the community by working harder at night. Or when there's a low storage of energy, perhaps one morning because there was no wind that night, or there was a cloudy day the day before, it can hold back. It can know that the battery levels are low. So it can be given a set of parameters to optimize to, if it's to minimize cost because there's a variable utility billing rate, depending on daytime or nighttime billing rates, can adapt to battery storage capacity, and it can be given a number of parameters to optimize to, and the machine learning will respond to that configuration. So we believe, and we have started to install in our first systems, this machine learning model. And it is having a dramatic impact, and it is learning new ways of operating the plant that we hadn't thought of before. And this digital space solution is really helping to reduce infrastructure, reduce capital and OpEx costs, and doing it with great transparency. Because it is a digital performance map, you know what to expect, and we all can see if it's not operating the way we expected it to, which means there's time and room for maintenance to improve the performance of the plant. So I want to thank you for this time, and if any time is available, I'll open it to questions.
Room for one question, anyone? This artificial intelligence was developed basically for pumps, then you moved it for the whole system and complexity. Do you have the team in Middle East to do that, or you will do it from abroad, or how can you offer your services in the Middle East here?
That's a very good question. First, I'd like to start off by saying machine learning and artificial intelligence are two very different things. Artificial intelligence is a cognitive capability to resolve really complex, undefined challenges and scopes. Whereas machine learning, we've given it a defined set of parameters to work with and a defined set of objectives to achieve. So it's not the same as artificial intelligence. We do have a sales team, and we have a service organization in the Middle East, and the majority of this networking capability is done with partners in the field around the world, and we have a centralized team in India and in Toronto and in the UK that are capable of networking into our platform to support the implementation and the ongoing maintenance, along with some field service people to help with the commissioning and installation of the system.
Thank
and I
you.
believe we have a booth there that you can approach our organization in the Middle East at the event today.
Thank you, Peter, for the presentation, and please give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Our last session for the day is a panel discussion understanding the evolving contractor-consultant ecosystem, and we have Mr. Sagar Kulkarni, the Manager Director of Consistent Engineering Consultant, Mr. Sagar, and Mr. Shekhar Reddy, the Managing Director of Lex Zander. Online, we have Mr. Ahmed Nabil Al-Qasabi. He is Director of District Cooling Department at Allied Consultants. And from Suhaimi Design and Protect Cooling, we have two gentlemen, Mr. Muhammad Zakaria and Mr. Khalid Al-Mulhim. Can we have our online team now? What time is it? 5 to 3, okay. We will try to finish in 45 minutes. Okay. I will start with the team here. Today, Mr. Reddy, we see the stakeholders who appoint consultant or contractor, they tend to have proper definition of scope of work. There'll be variation, and there are different level of competency. And yet we see still a bias toward the pricing component rather than the competency component. How do you see that? And how do you visualize the situation should be in ideal situation?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I think this is one of the key issues the DCP or district cooling plant system has not reached to the level it should in terms of acceptance is that the maturity and understanding has not complemented the growth. I'm talking in terms of the tremendous strides we made in the past 2 decades. And what I can see is that I totally agree with Mr. George that still the understanding level is lacking in terms of getting the best out of the plant for the end users. Okay, we have been talking in the morning about the end user issues, about Delta and other things. But let us start in terms of the plant. The plant itself is a high stakes in terms of the capital value of the investor and also in terms of the futuristic plan in terms of delivering the required and in terms of the contractor delivering what is designed or what is being meant for by the end user and the consultant. One of the basic shortcomings, okay, let's accept that in the initial, if you see in the 90s, except for the Dubai airport, I think the plant sizes were around 10,000 tons, but the real peak was from the year 2000 to year 2010, where there has been a rapid growth, and then on it stabilized, but again, the consistency is lacking in terms of the deliverables. Here, one of the major aspects is that the MEP contractor is the main contractor. He is the lead contractor. And right from in terms of managing the civil works, which is a very key component of any project. The project start must be good, then only it goes on well. And the next thing is in terms of the long lead items, which are more or less sourced by the client directly, and later on the responsibility is passed down to the contractor. And then in terms of making the system custom made to the requirement of the project. Here is where I see there's a gap in terms of the end user requirement and what the plant has been designed for. And in the process, the time is lost, and especially in terms of, we are talking of the fundamentals. Fundamentals are being missed out in the process. And overall, if you see that there is an effect or impact on the end product, and of course, then definitely that is being inherited by the operator. And then we see that there are continuous issues in terms of the plant maintainability and in terms of running costs and in terms of it delivering the required. So in short, I think the best way, of course, the main things in terms of the stress analysis or in terms of whatever is the engineering which is done, which is again, it is more of a project-to-project requirement, and it is more or less typical. But when it comes to the control systems, with so much advancement in terms of the digitalization or in terms of artificial intelligence, which I think still we are far away. Let's not look in that direction. Let us keep the things simple and make sure that the plant gives everyone a scope to look forward. If we need to move forward, definitely, there definitely need to be a good understanding between the 3 stakeholders, that is the end user, the engineer or the consultant, and the contractor, and predominantly it is the MEP.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Mr. Ahmed will engage you on Zoom. we still see our clients biased to hire a consultant or a contractor almost 70% based on pricing rather than competency. And that leads many times that they hire the wrong people and they suffer at the end with higher cost and delays of the project. Why is that, and why is this trend still prevailing, in your opinion?
Okay. Well, thank you for this kind invitation. About the 70-30 issue. Well, looking in the market now, we find that most of the developers and owners have a certain budget, and this budget is having a certain portion dedicated for the services of this development or this area they are working in. So actually, when we are talking about a budget, there's a lack of awareness of the importance of district cooling and its impact on the project and the life cycle of the project. And this lack of awareness, maybe we are all of encouraging the developers and the owners to have more awareness about the importance of this cooling and its impact on the project. Starting from hiring an experienced engineering firm. It all starts from here. It starts from the importance of having a good technical arm for this developer or owner to understand and have a good feasibility study for the project. So it starts from hiring a well-experienced consultant or engineering firm, and going through the whole life cycle of the project. Maybe we'll talk after that about having a well-experienced and contractor on board of the project.
Thank you.
Cutting it short, maybe if this developer or owner has a background of going through a green project.
Ahmed, and for the rest of the panelists, I want a short response as much as possible, please. So because we have a lot of questions to be able to cover it. Let's try to limit our response to less than a minute, in a way, for next question. Mr. Zakaria and Mr. Milham, we have an issue about sizing, where a lot of accusation happen between developer, consultant, contractor, and building consultant, saying the building consultant requests 2,000 tons, each one oversizes building, the district cooling provider built a big plant, and at the end we barely use half of it or 60% of it, and we have a lot of unutilized capacity in most of our district cooling scheme. And we see accusation turning around. Who is responsible in your opinion, and how this should be mitigated in the future to resolve this situation?
Thanks, George, for having us in the program. The understanding that we can have is we have to accept some reality. If we talk about a very ideal situation, it could be potentially possible that everyone will do their job right, and we may have ideally the correct sized district cooling system. But unfortunately, we are living in a practical world where there is no ideal execution of anything. So practically speaking, there is a tendency for oversizing the plant. This is one perspective. Similarly, the project off-takers, the growth of the load demand, the predictability of that is always questionable. You know, there is quite a lot of projects in Saudi, like for example, projects in Medina and other places, significantly huge plants. In spite of all the lessons learned from Dubai, in spite of all those lessons, still huge plants were constructed without any off-takers or future, potential land. The load growth was even cancelled out. So
what we should be looking at least from the way I'm looking at this issue, we must have some kind of a district cooling plant system that should be flexible enough and future-proof enough to handle potential variations and unexpected, unforeseen, which is supposed to be probably the norm, whatever the variations that will happen, so that it will be able to adapt to those requirements. So how do we future-proof and build the flexibility to the system? This is something we need to look at. And probably one of the directions could be looking at options like distributed district cooling or options.
I have to
where
repeat,
probably we can grow.
I have to repeat my request to limit the response to 1 minute. Otherwise, we'll bore our listeners with the long answers, and we lose focus. I don't get, you know, in a way, the 3 speakers that went before, I did not get a clear answer. And we need, please, to focus more and shorten the question with a real vision. Mr. Mulham, for you, how do you see the pricing pressure when you are negotiating business development for a new engineering team, task, or... We cannot hear you. Maybe you are muted, Mr. Mulham? You are muted, possibly? We cannot hear you.
Thank you for joining. Actually, to make it short, the cost and the pricing, it's really occupying the client, and normally they allocate a small percentage for the engineering for the total project. And that should not be a concentration, I mean, because the engineering is the soul of the whole project. So pricing is a big issue where they go and compare different consultant and design offices, and they might go, as you have asked before, the competency is an important, and lessons learned or profile of the consultant should be also exhibited. So the cost should be for the client is not an issue. It will really have a small portion, percentage of the total cost of the project. So it's a client awareness and client adherence to the life of the project. The engineering, if it's done right, the first
Mr.
time, it will be right.
If you are meeting a client, what percentage you give competency, what percentage you give pricing?
Well, I give maybe, they might give it to 10 to 15%.
For what, 10, 15%?
I mean, for the consultant, where the rest is going to be, for the total
competency.
Project. So the competency and the profile, they might give it only a weight of 10 to 15%.
So 85% still on pricing, in your opinion?
Yes.
Unfortunately. Yes. Mr. Kulkarni, we have a new issue here. In terms of design, consultants are not designing buildings or district cooling to mitigate low delta T syndrome, and they are hoping for some magical intervention to take care of this, with millions of dirham of penalties now accumulating, and there isn't also, again, sense of responsibility to tackle this, neither from designer or from contractor or operator. So the facility manager is not concerned, and the contractor commissioned and go, and the designer designed and go, and still we have a loose ends here. How should that change, in your opinion?
Yeah, what you say is absolutely true, and we have been facing similar situations. Everything has to start right from the basics of design. What we talk about delta T is predominantly at a load level, the heat transfer should happen. So sizing of equipment or detailed designing is required. As you mentioned earlier, a lot of clients go for a cheap consultant where they work on 80-20 thumb rules. So when we talk about particularly delta T issue, the load of the space, the selection of the equipment, the control valve, the PICVs and the smart valves, everything plays a role. Now, as we know in engineering, your 80% of decisions can be taken with 20% of time, and your 20% of the decisions will need your 80% of time. So a lot of engineering practices are being established on the past experience and past data, where we have not issue of cooling only. Now the trends are changing. We have cooling, but we want to save the energy. So it's a changing demand. So fundamental answer is we should have the detailed engineering done before we tender. One part. Second thing, Dubai, we know whatever we design, we'd like to implement in next 1 year. So engineering needs time. We have to also educate the client that to do the detailed engineering, please give some time. We get tenders and we get notification we would like to have G+40 building tender in 1 month. So we hardly get any time, but then the markets are changing. The sustainable approach is coming into picture. So it's not only the environment, we are also talking about economy. So with that, the only thing I say, all stakeholders should work right from beginning at the implementation of the project, and it can be solved as a whole scenario. In this, even the end user also come into picture. We have to educate. So conferences like this, we can use as a knowledge sharing platforms where we can impart the information and the things will improve step by step.
Mr. Reddy, do you think the legal system should change where it will help any one of the defaulting party here at stake and be able to make him liable in terms of penalize him monetarily? Because right now we don't have a clear legal system, GCC, to sue consultant or contractor or operator for lack of performance. And this professional indemnity, we pay millions and nobody uses it.
Desist from taking that route. See, this is project partnership. You're doing something for, it is a service. It's not a profit center. I think we should come out of that profit making approach in terms of, especially this, it's a one source of system wherein you're providing the.
There were a case last week where a doctor was accused of doing a mistake and somebody sued him. We don't hear that in engineering, a malpractice of a contractor, or we see that either they confiscate, they take from him performance bond or try, which put him into bankruptcy rather into, there's no legal process where it protects the owner and protects the contractor from severe consequences as well.
If you see, the first thing is we have to address, I spoke about the fundamentals. That is the fundamentals.
Fundamentals.
When I say fundamentals, I'm not talking about anything technical or high funda thing. I'm talking about a good understanding between the stakeholders, the person who's investing, that is the client, and the guy who's going to ensure that it's done the right way, there's the engineer, and the person who delivers it, that is the contractor. The three parties, okay, before we do appreciate that the plants were constructed.
So your answer is that a better understanding or definition of each one's scope.
Absolutely.
As a fundamental step.
That's right.
Let me go to our Zoom panelists. Mr. Zakaria and Mr. Ahmed, this question to both of you, one at a time can answer. As a consultant, we become complacent, including myself, of trying to design something we had designed before and avoid innovation such as artificial intelligence, digital twin, shallow geothermal, deep geothermal, fuel cells, hydrogen, solar PV, because this takes time and research which we are not paid for. And for us to optimize our fee, we go to whatever we have designed before and keep it simple and stupid. But that's killing innovation. In your opinion, Zakaria, what is the solution to promote more innovation in our market and avoid, in the morning we said, our industry in district cooling reached stagnation. In 10 years, we haven't seen much development in it.
Based on my understanding, the ability to innovate is available. There is no question about that ability. So ability side is not the issue. The side is who drives the innovation. So as you rightly mentioned, if there is limited time, limited budget, limited scope, then who pays for that extra effort and the research and development work that somebody does in terms of engineering? And also from a owner's perspective, if there is a project which has some kind of, you can say, innovative technologies implemented, then who funds it, even though there may be benefit. So the fundamental thing is the way it can change would be the drivers, primarily maybe maybe government or institutions or corporations. So if they lead the show, then we have sufficient ability to handle it. But it cannot come from bottom-up type of approach, even though we could be ready with all the abilities, but we cannot initiate the change in a impactful way. This is what I think.
Ahmed, I mean, what Zakaria is saying, there should be a third party that finances this research. Maybe it's not the client, it's not the consultant. Or what is your solution? What do you?
I believe I agree with Mr. Zakaria. It's an issue of integration between the governmental authorities and the manufacturers and the consultants and brave heart developers, because going through new technology needs some developers who are having the courage to go through it and invest in it. Actually, if you are talking about hydrogen, this is needs a lot of courage from the developers to go through it and have the ability to start doing that. And there's another point, governmental authorities is a very important point, because if we talk about, for example, biogas in as a technology for district cooling, depends on centralized sewage treatment plants or landfill. And those are issues that are managed by governmental authorities. A landfill is a thing that is not done by developers or by owners. It's a governmental issue. So I believe it's an integration process that needs all parties to be they can have a collaboration between them to have the courage to go through new technologies nowadays.
Mr. Kulkarni, for you, I mean, have you been involved in any research project? Did you finance on your own any research project or idea you pursued?
We are basically consultants, and our job is system integration. So what we look is the technologies going on, what are the new concepts. Like as we discussed, the whole movement all over the world is moving towards sustainable development. Earlier, a decade back, we were talking about environmental and green building. Now, apart from green building, we are talking about sustainable. We were involved in some challenging projects, like one of the things which we were discussing about geothermal. So, a traditional way of doing, simply we can have the DX system and inverter, then VRF and so on and so forth. But we also tried to do a geothermal cooling in one of the projects under Dubai municipality. Now again, research is one part and system integration is the other part. We need a lot of information and data, and that's how then we depend on the stakeholders. As we talk about sustainable development, one of the goals is SDG 9. It talks about the innovation, infrastructure and details. So such innovations, we talk to the manufacturers and we try to develop that geothermal cooling system in Dubai municipality. The project has got to the level of authority approvals. It has not kicked off. But we face a lot of problems for the data, like what is the temperature underground, what should be the material, what is the heat transfer. Those basic data are lagging. We spend enough time on that, but then authority, when they approve, they need the assurance for assurance, we need to have the information. So we are dependent on that. We also moved into the aspect of going with solar cooling that we evaluated. So in last couple of years, we diversified apart from MEP into sustainability. So we are talking about having the solars, we are talking about the geothermal. So we tried all these things, and it's a process. Things are not going to change overnight. We are talking to various manufacturers to get this innovation and new technology into the business.
Mr. Reddy, from contracting point of view, engineering, if we take risk with time. A contractor has a much bigger risk in terms of material and time and liability in terms of performance bond and bid bonds that you have to commit. Any mistake in trying new thing and they fail, it will cause definitely a bankruptcy at the contractor level. Is this why contractors prefer to execute something they are fully aware of and in a way to manage risk?
See, first of all, the capability of the contractor draws the line here. As you just put a point about the competency thing in terms of the percentage, I definitely give, like I think DM does as well, the competency of the contractor, I give 70%. 30% is financial. Because the plus minus number in terms of the final number of the...
Will a highly competent contractor take risk in innovation and trying new things?
Yes. If you see, it's more than the risk, it's the proactiveness. The proactiveness and the confidence of the team. The consultancy, I always take the consultant's design as a concept. And it's a responsibility of the contractor to take a proactive approach. And we have done this successfully in terms of transforming that plan to a much better system, because it's a learning curve. Every project is different. Yes, we are done 5 years back and now. It's the same, the basis is the same. But there have been a lot of development. Accordingly, you need to adopt. And that is where the client-wise, also, if they are proactive in terms of giving the flexibility to the engineer to run the project, I believe it adds a lot of value. The engineer must be given his due, and he must be given the responsibility, and then the cooperation or the coordination that happens will be for success of the project.
A question related to supplier and manufacturer. During this COVID, we see less of them, and the innovation that happened in manufacture a new product was almost left in the dark due to the non-communication that occurred. Do you see, Ahmed and Zakaria, reduced level of information and innovation coming from supplier due to this COVID? Zakaria?
Yeah, actually, COVID definitely had an impact, because COVID actually put the people on a little bit back foot. So the issue was more of ensuring survival and ensuring some kind of continuity of operation and make sure that you will be able to sustain this period so that you will be really available for the post-COVID situation. So that was actually, I think, the most predominant thing on the mind of people. So definitely priorities change. So based on variations in priority, definitely, the survival takes the priority number one, and the rest of the things like innovations and adopting new technology and other things took a little bit backseat. But probably issues related to maybe filtration and maybe cleaning and other type of infection control issues, probably those kind of technologies could have come to the forefront. But the rest of the industry, probably the priority was sustaining the current operation and to be available for future development. So that's probably the mentality, and this is how the priorities change.
Ahmed, yeah.
The pandemic had affected all the industry, not only our industry. So actually, it's a matter supply and the needs. So as long as the pandemic has an effect on the market, the needs will be decreased, and actually it will affect, of course, the manufacturers. Yeah.
Mr. Khalid, do you see some of the clients are willing to hire you to do feasibilities on new innovation, new technologies? Do you see that in the market?
As far as I know now, Saudi Arabia, they are really looking into the future, and the future has so many opportunities, especially in innovations. And as been said earlier, that the investor or the person who is really looking into the future, they have to allocate a good amount of budget for the technology to be adopted. As we can see now, renewable and clean energy has to be taking place in the upcoming future. And as we know, the HVAC and utilities are taking a big portion of that utilities. As we speak now, Saudi Arabia today, they have announced that they are going to really adopt the hydrogen technology in most of their big initiative as a clean fuel for the future. So I think future has so many projects coming up, especially for a clean energy to be adopted. Yes, there will be a good potential, and we have to really shift our conventional type of energy provision to the future, and we have to really adopt as much as we can, provided that, as Zakaria says, the driver who has the finance to adopt should be ready for that as well.
I think we are running out of time. I'll open the floor for 2 or 3 questions from the audience. Please go ahead.
Kaushik from AG Engineering. As such, as contractors, when you look at the job, we talk about all these innovations, everything which is being dealt at the developer level and at the consultant level. As contractors, as Shekhar was mentioning, that there needs to be a close relationship with the concurrence with the consultant. But all said and done, the contractor, we carry the maximum amount of risk. If the supplier is selected by discussions with the consultant and the client, he lands onto the contractor's lap, and the whole delivery risk lands with the contractor. How, as a team, we can work to mitigate this particular risk which the contractor faces? It's a real challenge in managing contracts and the expectations of the client for an on-time delivery.
Can I respond with a question? Do you think that cost plus would help you mitigate the risk for innovation?
Yes, that is where I was coming, was that why don't you work on a cost plus model with you select the contractor as in somebody who has got the expertise within his team to do a project management delivery thing. But the risk, because you are looking at the lowest cost, the risk of the whole cost lying on the contractor, and he will look at going, what is the shortest cut for him to, because you win it on a competitive bid. So will that not help the whole industry on going on that particular model basis, wherein you open, it's an open book policy?
It's a question to us. Are we open for cost plus?
I would like to break this question into 2 parts. One is a standard contracting where technicalities are not very complex, which goes on the standard yellow book. We have design document, implement, proceed further. If you go into the complex engineering part, then there are so many projects which are coming through on the design and build model, where the contractor is given the responsibility and then contractor appoints consultant. So any complex project in the design requirements goes in that direction. So this way, even, and earlier George also mentioning.
But as you are aware, the timelines, even you give it as a design and build project to the contractor, but you fix the timeline. So although you are looking at an innovation which everybody knows is going to take time for the, as a consultant, as a client, everybody knows it is going to take time. But you pass on the time risk, the whole risk sits on top of a contractor, and it doesn't help the industry as in if you are looking at innovating, if you want to go to the next level of thinking.
I agree. I agree with that.
I think, Kaushik, to answer your point, this is where I'm talking, the hierarchy system doesn't work in a specialized projects. This is a specialized project, and this is where the partnership comes into play. It's very important that, yes, the client always will go for the best, for the lowest. So the person who's, the company which is taking as, who has bit the bullet and has taken the job, so they sit along with the engineer and the client, and on a common platform, they decide on each of the requirement of the project, right from the capital items, which more or less are being free issued by the client, to the controls, to the any development which is happening during that time of the during the progress of the job. Then what will happen is definitely there will be much more coordinated effort, and most importantly, everybody will understand the timelines and also accommodate as what is required. Right now, everything is happening very superficial, that we need to go to the depth of it. I will not talk about geothermal or anything else in this part of the world because we are still not mature to that. Unless otherwise the maturity doesn't happen, we can't move further on this.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. With that, we will conclude our, I think, this session, and we will hand over for Mr. Surinder for closing remark. Please give a round of applause to our panelists. Probably the takeaway from this session is that we need to change the way we are working to allow innovation. Right now, it's being choked and restricted. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you, George, for a wonderful job. As always, I think he deserves a round of applause for carrying the discussions forward today. And before I forget, I always do so, so I shall thank the sponsors of this event, without whom, I can say this is not a cliche, but without whom, whose support we would not have been able to conduct this conference. We are proud that we've been able to do the 5th edition. It's taken quite a lot of effort, and for that, as I said, the sponsors, the silver sponsor, Emicool, our bronze sponsors, Armstrong, Aperon, AST, Duty Cycle Company, ECTG, Hydro, our digitalization partner, Danfoss, our strategic recruitment partner, careerspay.com, and then our group of exhibitors, AG Engineering, Endres Hauser, Siemens, Filio, who are representing Polar Air, and of course, the KEEF. A big thank you to the sponsors. We have had, I do believe we have had a set of discussions that have been filled with energy. We set out with specific objectives. I met George about 7 to 8 months ago, and we penciled down a specific set of topics that we wanted to address, and I do believe that we managed to achieve all the topics, and to match those topics with the kind of speakers who would do justice. Some of the points that did come up was that district cooling, more than any other time, has got a big responsibility in the drive towards greater energy efficiency. It's not just to handle or to manage the emissions in a better way, but also we are seeing a new role for district cooling, which is to help in the COVID recovery process, because we do need solutions in the built environment that might be more energy intensive, and for that we need district cooling and other approaches also to step up to help us achieve that energy efficiency so that we are able to balance IAQ with energy efficiency in a proper way. So on that note, thank you so much to all of you for participating as delegates, as sponsors, as participants, and of course, George, once again, thank you all for coming and participating on this. Thank you.
You make me move.